Subcommittee on Energy, Climate, and Grid Security now come to order. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. I want to thank you all for being here today and welcome to the Energy, Climate, Grid Security Subcommittee hearing titled Exposing President Biden's Plan to Dismantle the Snake River Dams and the Negative Impacts to the United States. Today we'll examine the draft mediated agreement recently released by the White House, U.S. government commitments in support for the Columbia River Basin Restoration Initiative and partnership with the 6 sovereigns. This agreement was released on December 14, 2023, and it followed a presidential memorandum issued by President Biden in September that directs federal agencies to prioritize the restoration of, quote, healthy and abundant, unquote, salmon, steelhead, other native fish populations in the Columbia River Basin. The agreement was filed in the district court in Oregon and set commitments made by the federal government. It was implemented through a memorandum of understanding between the United States, 4 Native American tribes, and environmental nonprofit organizations. On the first panel today, we'll hear from government stakeholders with various roles in managing the dams. One of these is the Council of Environmental Quality, CEQ, who is responsible for convening this secret and confidential mediation to develop the draft agreement that lays the groundwork for eventually breaching the lower Snake River dams. On the second panel, we'll hear from stakeholders impacted by this agreement, many of whom had no input in this secret agreement. This agreement was brokered without any input from the electric providers, those responsible for delivering reliable energy. It's important we hear from one of their representatives today, Jim Matheson, the CEO of the Rural Electric Cooperative Association, will testify about how the potential agreement would jeopardize electric reliability and increase the cost for millions of Americans throughout the Pacific Northwest. Electric cooperatives operate in 48 states and are responsible for providing electricity and energy to millions of rural Americans. Hydroelectric power generated by the Columbia River system is the backbone of the electric grid in the Pacific Northwest. It is the reason the lights stay on. This agreement jeopardizes this carbon-free resource. Of course, the lower Snake River dams and the over 3,000 megawatts of electricity they provide are critical to Chair Rogers' district, where hydropower accounts for nearly 70% of electricity generation. But hydropower is also critical for states and counties all over the country. Hydropower is the nation's largest source of renewable energy, and I'm worried about the precedent this agreement sets. For example, in my district, the 3rd District of South Carolina, the Duke Energy Bad Creek Hydroelectric Project is able to provide enough energy to power nearly 1 million homes. Last summer, I was able to host members of this committee and the House Energy Action Team on a tour of this facility. It is an approximately 1,600 megawatt battery that stores mainly renewable solar energy as well as excess nuclear baseload power that would otherwise be curtailed because it was generated during periods of low demand. Also in my district on Lake Hartwell, the Lake Hartwell Dam is an Army Corps managed dam and is part of the Savannah River system, which is critical to hydropower generation in South Carolina and Georgia. On the second panel, we'll also hear about the agreement's impacts on agriculture, transportation in the region from Casey Chumrau, CEO of the Washington Grain Commission, and Neil Maunu, Executive Director of the Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. But there's some broader impacts. This agreement represents ineffective governing and stripping the people of Chair Rogers' district of their right to be heard in the process. Shutting out critical stakeholders will result in a disastrous outcome for the state. Too many times we've seen this administration kowtow to radical environmentalists who rely on political objectives instead of science and facts. This creates a policy that undercuts energy affordability and reliability, something this committee is focused on, and it ends up having a negative environmental impact. Look no further than the Biden administration's decision to halt permits for new LNG export projects. Special interest and big funded climate groups are running this administration, not the American people. So I look forward to this hearing today, and I'll now recognize the ranking member to get for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The Pacific Northwest is home to the Columbia River Basin, and the Columbia River Basin is home to 13 species of salmon and steelhead that are listed as endangered or threatened under the Endangered Species Act. The principal tributary of the Columbia River, the Snake River, houses 4 large dams constructed by the federal government in the 60s and early 70s. Construction and operation of the dams private dam building, and population growth have negatively impacted wild fish populations. This has led to years of litigation and court rulings which have found operation of the dams violates the Endangered Species Act. In addition, historically low numbers of fish harm the federal government's treaty obligations to tribal nations which depend on the Columbia River Basin's fish supply. Fish are integral to the culture, economy, and way of life for tribal nations in the region, and the U.S. has a responsibility to support their rights. So why am I setting this stage? Why are we holding this hearing? Our committee has oversight responsibilities over our nation's energy sector. The Snake River dams provide energy for the U.S. via hydropower, which supplies a significant amount of power to the region. This power, transported and marketed by the federal Bonneville Power Administration, is vital to millions in the West. But valid court challenges intended to protect and allow for fish repopulation have resulted in the reduction of hydropower generation. So here we find ourselves being pulled in multiple different directions to ensure that we can live up to our commitments under our treaty obligations and the Endangered Species Act, all while providing the Pacific Northwest with abundant clean power. I think I speak for everybody here when I say energy security and reliability are of utmost importance to this subcommittee. And we can't afford to risk the uncertainty that would come from upholding the status quo and allowing for 10 more years of litigation. That's why I'm thankful that the Biden administration has prioritized finding a solution to this difficult situation. The administration has brought together the states of Oregon and Washington with 4 native tribes, known collectively as the 6 sovereigns, to chart a path forward for the Pacific Northwest and the Columbia River system. This historic agreement, announced last December, provides for a 10-year stay of litigation to provide much-needed stability for the region. It will also allow time to invest in a clear path forward that considers the needs of relevant states, tribal nations, and stakeholders. As part of the agreement, the Biden administration will bring in more than $1 billion in federal investments to the Columbia River Basin. These investments will restore salmon, steelhead, and other native fish populations while also supporting the development of 1 to 3 gigawatts of tribally sponsored clean energy projects. Part of the agreement also includes creating a PNWA tribal energy program within the Department of Energy. This program would support the 6 sovereigns in identifying resources provided by IRA and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act to support the development of their own clean energy resources. Through this agreement, the Biden administration made commitments to strengthen our relation with tribal nations, restore wild fish populations, and invest in clean energy. This is an action plan that I support over the uncertainty over the alternative that we've seen play out over the last 20 years. The future of the Columbia River Basin is already better off because of the partnership in the U.S. and the 6 sovereigns have established. Because hydropower is an important resource that's vital to our transition to clean energy, and this agreement will prevent continued litigation from chipping away at energy generation in the region. With hope, this incredibly complicated situation can be resolved in a way that maximizes clean energy generation while protecting endangered species and honoring our treaty obligations to tribes. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are attempting to assert that the agreement calls for the removal of the dam, while no alternative solutions that are supported by the many stakeholders that deserve a seat at the table. That's simply not true. Here's the reality. The agreement reasserts that only Congress can authorize the removal of the Snake River dams. It doesn't mandate us to do anything. So I'd be interested in a hearing that looks into what action Congress should take, a hearing grounded in reality. Because not one that relies on misinformation and fear-mongering, which I hope this hearing will not devolve into. And may I take a moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman, to recognize our dear friend and former Energy and Commerce member, Jim Matheson, who we miss every day. Welcome.
Jim, good to see you. Generally yields back. I'll now recognize the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. The Columbia River system is the beating heart of the Pacific Northwest. This critical infrastructure helped transform our region into one of the most productive agriculture regions in the world. It serves as a supermarine highway for farmers to ship their products all across America while keeping thousands of trucks off the roads every year. The dams along the Lower Snake River have strengthened our energy grid, lowered energy costs, and made us a leader in reducing carbon emissions. They help prevent life-threatening blackouts during extreme weather, not just in Washington State, but in California, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and Wyoming, and support a thriving tourism economy and small businesses. They help protect our region and cities from devastating floods. To put it simply, the Columbia River system is critical to our entire way of life. Unfortunately, some people don't see it that way, including a few of our witnesses here today. For more than 2 years, the Biden administration worked behind closed doors with a select group to develop a secret package of actions and commitments that would temporarily settle litigation, over the future of our river system. The agreement was released last month, and I am deeply concerned it advances efforts to remove the 4 Lower Snake River dams. While the administration will say only Congress has the authority to breach the dams, they wasted no time entering into commitments that bypass Congress and agreeing to spend more than $1 billion to achieve their political national approval. What's worse is, despite my repeated calls for transparency, the White House actively and deliberately left out voices of those who depend on the river system the most. Dozens of stakeholders and utility companies practically begged to be heard in this process, only to be turned away, shut out, and ignored. I'm sure our witnesses will say they spoke to everyone, but it's not honest. I've heard from many who the administration didn't talk to. And here's 40 letters representing individuals and organizations that represent thousands in the Pacific Northwest that were not included. This process was never about getting results for endangered salmon. It was a reckless pursuit of an activist agenda, a misguided mission to tear out our dams with no scientific data to back it up. In fact, this agreement relies entirely, almost entirely, on an inconclusive NOAA report, which it itself acknowledges may not save the salmon. It also fails to acknowledge our historic investments that have made the dams nearly transparent to fish. But apparently, a few unelected bureaucrats at the White House think that they know better than the peoples whose lives depend on them. And sadly, this level of arrogance is not surprising. After all, it isn't the first time an administration has felt empowered to impose its will on the Pacific Northwest. In the 1990s, after countless lawsuits, the federal government came up with a recovery plan for the northern spotted owl, and it locked up millions of acres of forest without scientific evidence to support such drastic decision. This devastated timber communities. Thousands of people lost their jobs. Our forest became diseased and bug-infested, which has led to millions of acres being burned, catastrophic wildfires. Now, almost 40 years later, the spotted owl population in the Pacific Northwest has declined. It's declined nearly 70%, thanks to an invasive barred owl and a misguided plan that didn't work. No one has ever been held accountable for the harm this did, and no one will be, which is how we find ourselves here today, fighting another plan we didn't ask for. We all share the goal of recovering endangered salmon populations, but we have to focus on what's actually going to get results, like addressing the exploding sea lion population at the mouth of the Columbia River. They're not native. Prioritizing habitat restoration, improving the ocean conditions. It's like a black hole out there. If we do not learn from the past, history is bound to repeat itself, and we're seeing it happen right before our eyes. The Lower Snake River dams are not the problem, and breaching them is not the solution. The sooner we accept that reality, the truth, the sooner we can get back to having a regional dialogue that includes all voices and achieves our shared goals. This is something that the administration is failing to understand. So I look forward to exposing the truth today about a plan that will destroy the lives, the people I represent. Thank you. I yield back.
Well said. The gentlelady yields back. I'll now go to the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone from New Jersey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the subcommittee is holding a hearing on a strong agreement that Biden administration negotiated to provide much-needed certainty to the Pacific Northwest and the Columbia River Basin. Over the past 20 years, courts have consistently found that the current operation of the Columbia River system violates the Endangered Species Act. It was important for the Biden administration to act so that the region's power system was not put at risk and to ensure we are meeting our treaty and trust responsibilities to the Columbia River Basin tribes. The Biden administration found a path forward with the tribes and the state of both Washington and Oregon, that allows for a more predictable clean energy future and makes much-needed investments in the steelhead and salmon that have nearly been driven to extinction in the region. This agreement provides for a decade-long stay of litigation and was the product of years of hard work from stakeholders across the region, including federal and state governments, tribal nations, and industries that rely on the river. Unfortunately, this agreement has been clouded by misinformation, and we're likely to hear more of that misinformation here today. Since Republicans have been unable to propose serious solutions to the complex issues facing the Columbia River Basin, they are now baselessly attacking the Biden administration's action in order to distract from their own inability to govern. The Republican majority's hyperbole around this hearing has been ridiculous. They claim that the Biden administration has a secret plan to dismantle the Snake River dams. Apparently, it's so secret that the administration's detailed 56-page agreement doesn't even mention it. Republicans also claim that the administration's goal is to destroy lives in Washington state, a claim so over the top that it would be laughable if it wasn't so offensive. So let's go to the facts. Nothing in this agreement provides for the removal or breach of the dams. The agreement is very precise in noting that it does not constitute a decision by the U.S. government to support legislation to authorize dam breaching. Only Congress can authorize breach or removal of the dams, and the only member of Congress currently calling for that is Republican Representative Mike Simpson of Idaho. The reality is that the status quo on the river is unsustainable. For 2 decades now, the United States government has consistently lost case after case in the courts involving the operations of the river system and its impacts on endangered fish in the ecosystem. Multiple court orders have required the Bonneville Power Administration, which operates the dams, to alter their operations so they are no longer producing hydropower when the region needs it most. If litigation had proceeded on any of these fronts, the Pacific Northwest would face unacceptable uncertainty on the status of dam operations that it relies on. This agreement provides certainty going forward. So with that, I want to yield to the remainder of my time to Dr. Schreier, who represents a district in Washington state directly impacted by the river system and this agreement.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for yielding to me to make a few remarks on this hearing, particularly relevant to my district and home state. For the rest of my colleagues who may not be familiar, this is an incredibly nuanced issue. Salmon are an inseparable part of the cultural identity of the Pacific Northwest. Because of the foundational role in sustaining Native American populations, salmon have a tremendous value as a religious and a cultural resource. Dams like those on the Snake River, along with climate change, warming waters, and other hazards, are having profound effects on the journey these remarkable fish make, upstream to spawn, and then downstream to the ocean as juveniles, threatening their existence. Some salmon species are now listed as endangered, and sockeye from the Snake River are considered to be the most endangered. While a threat to salmon, the lower Snake River dams also provide Washingtonians emission-free, reliable, affordable energy and allow growers and farmers in my district to irrigate and transport their grain by barge with a low carbon footprint. In December, Chair Rogers and I, along with Representatives Gluesenkamp-Perez and Newhouse, sent a letter to the Council on Environmental Quality expressing concern with some of the ambiguity surrounding this settlement and a few outstanding issues. I've long said that the issue of the lower Snake River dams is incredibly complex. And because of that, all constituents who have a stake need to have a seat at the table. No decision can be made in a vacuum. I hope this hearing will provide an opportunity to provide answers to those questions and hear from stakeholders on this issue. I yield back the remainder of my time.
And now yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back, and that will conclude member opening statements. The chair would like to remind members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. So we'll now move to the witness testimony, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today, taking time to testify before the subcommittee on this very important topic. Each witness will have an opportunity to give an opening statement for 5 minutes, followed by a round of questions from members. There's lights in front of you. It's pretty self-explanatory, green, yellow, red. When it gets to red, your time's up. We ask you to try to adhere to that. We have 2 panels today and a number of panelists. So let me introduce our panelists today. First, we have the Honorable Brenda Mallory, Chair of the Council on Environmental Quality, Mr. John Hairston, Administrator, CEO of Bonneville Power Administration, Honorable Michael Connor, Assistant Secretary of the Army Civil Works with the United States Army, and Assistant Administrator Janet Coit, Assistant Administrator for Fisheries of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and Jeremiah Baumann, Senior Advisor, Office of the Undersecretary of Infrastructure at the United States Department of Energy. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate it, and I'll now recognize Chair Malloy for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you so
Mallory
much.
or Mallory?
Mallory.
Mallory, I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
I've
It's a
got
common
somebody in my
mistake.
district that says it differently, but you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Chairman Duncan, Vice Chair Curtis, Chairwoman McMorris-Rogers, Ranking Member Dingell, Ranking Member Pallone, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on historic commitments made by the Biden-Harris administration to honor the United States' obligations to tribal nations, restore fish populations, support clean energy, and benefit communities throughout the Columbia River Basin. This work builds on efforts of leaders in the region, including tribes, Senator Patty Murray, Governor Jay Inslee, and Congressman Mike Simpson, who envision a future for the Columbia River Basin marked by regionally developed solutions and partnerships rather than conflict. Salmon, an essential source of food and prosperity, have been central to the cultures and ways of life for tribal nations in the Pacific Northwest since time immemorial. For nearly 2 centuries, major dams, logging, canneries, and other factors depleted salmon and native wildlife populations from the Columbia River Basin to the detriment of tribes and the region. Since 1991, the National Marine Fisheries Service has determined that 13 Columbia River Basin salmon and steelhead stocks require protection under the Endangered Species Act. Starting in 1992, environmental organizations have filed litigation alleging that the United States failed to comply with its obligations under the Endangered Species Act. Over the following decades, tribes, states, environmental groups, fishing groups, and others have brought lawsuits collectively challenging the operation of the Columbia River system. Repeated injunctions have limited the operational flexibility, including spill amounts. In 2021, a group of plaintiffs filed a motion for the most recent district court litigation seeking to further alter hydropower operations in the basin. The United States government had a choice: defend and face the prospect of another injunction, or work with the plaintiffs and others in the region to find a path forward that could lay the groundwork for an enduring partnership with mutually beneficial solutions. We chose partnership. CEQ convened an interagency group and engaged mediators to facilitate dialogue with states, tribal nations, and stakeholders. We provided opportunities for public comment, which are described in detail in my written testimony. Last fall, the President issued a memorandum on restoring healthy and abundant salmon, steelhead, and other native fish populations in the Columbia River Basin. The memorandum directs a whole-of-government approach that is good for communities that rely on the basin's federal dams, fish, clean energy, and agriculture. In September, the United States signed a historic agreement with the Spokane Coeur d'Alene, and Colville tribes to support their plan for the next 20 years to study reintroduction of salmon in the Upper Columbia River. On December 14th, the Biden-Harris administration announced another historic agreement to work in partnership with the states of Oregon and Washington, the Nez Perce, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Yakima Nation tribes, and the environmental and fishing groups to restore wild fish populations, expand tribally sponsored clean energy production, and provide stability for communities that depend on the Columbia River system. And this agreement allows us to secure 10 years of stability for river users. Let me be clear, the agreement does not usurp congressional authority on whether to breach any dams. It does not exponentially raise rates on Bonneville customers. Instead, it will benefit fish and communities. It will provide stability and contain costs for ratepayers and navigation interests. And it will provide a roadmap of information and investments needed to realize a resilient Columbia River Basin in partnership with tribes and states rather than in conflict. I am joined at the witness table today by experts from the agencies making key commitments under this agreement. We are committed to honoring the United States' obligations to tribal nations and protecting and restoring natural wonders for future generations, while also recognizing the important benefits that the Columbia River system provides the region. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to our continued partnership. Welcome any questions.
Okay, the chair will now recognize Mr. Hairston for 5 minutes.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Duncan and members of the subcommittee. I'm John Hairston, Administrator and CEO of the Bonneville Power Administration, and I'm pleased to be here to describe Bonneville's commitments in the Columbia River Salmon Agreement of December of 2023. Now, Bonneville is a federal power marketing agency headquartered in Portland, Oregon. We market the power generated from 31 federal hydroelectric dams in the Pacific Northwest and one nuclear plant, the Columbia Generating Station, located in Washington State. Bonneville owns and operates over 15,000 miles of high-voltage transmission. The federal grid is the backbone of a reliable transmission system connecting British Columbia to California and the Pacific Ocean to the Rocky Mountains. The federal power and transmission system of the Columbia River Basin is a major driver of the Pacific Northwest economy. We supply carbon-free electric power at cost to over 140 publicly owned utilities. Affordable and reliable electricity is the lifeblood of their communities, and our power services reach millions of homes and businesses. Bonneville, its customers, and all who benefit from the multiple purposes of the Columbia and Snake River dams recognize their impacts. Their construction and operation, along with other development activities, harvest, ocean conditions, and changing climate have had an adverse impact on fish and wildlife resources in the river, and especially to Pacific Northwest tribes. Since the passage of the 1980 Northwest Power Act, Bonneville has invested billions of dollars in improving the configuration and operations of the dams, as well as off-site restoration efforts for the benefit of fish and wildlife. These efforts have been in partnership with tribes, states, and rural communities. I make this point to emphasize that the Columbia River Salmon Agreement is in addition to significant investments that Bonneville and Pacific Northwest ratepayers continue to make. Our funding for fish and wildlife project implementation is over $300 million a year. In my written testimony, I list examples of significant accomplishments from this funding. In addition, before signing the Columbia River Salmon Agreement, Bonneville entered into a memorandum of understanding and settlement agreement with the Upper Columbia tribes to provide certain funding for a second phase of studies to assess reintroducing specific non-federally protected salmonoid stocks above Chief Joseph and Grand Coulee dams. Bonneville is funding $200 million over 20 years to implement this agreement. In December, the United States government with Bonneville signed the Columbia River Salmon Agreement with the Yakima, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Nez Perce tribes and the states of Oregon and Washington, collectively referred to as the Six Sovereigns. This agreement includes a stay of litigation and changes to hydropower operations. Now, Bonneville's commitments in this agreement are specific and limited. These commitments are our previously committed addition of $20 million in 2024 and 2025 for capital and expense fish and wildlife program funding, $200 million over 10 years in capital funding for modernization, upgrades, and maintenance of Lower Snake River Compensation Plan hatcheries, and an additional $100 million over 10 years for fish restoration projects to be prioritized by the 6 sovereigns. Also, Bonneville will initiate a pilot program to expand the use of grant and multi-year agreements for the 6 sovereigns' portfolio of projects in our Fish and Wildlife Program. Importantly, nothing in the U.S. government's commitments or implementing agreement is intended to affect Bonneville's reimbursement obligations. If Congress appropriates funds that require additional reimbursement by Bonneville, those reimbursements will count towards Bonneville's funding commitment as I just described. Now, Bonneville is proud of our record of collaboration with regional partners to operate one of the largest carbon-free power systems in the United States, if not the world, to promote energy efficiency, to interconnect new clean energy resources, to improve fish survival through the Columbia and Snake River dams, and to achieve additional fish and wildlife benefits throughout the Columbia River Basin. Now that concludes my testimony, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to respond to the subcommittee's questions.
Thank you for that. Chair will now recognize Secretary Connor for 5 minutes.
Chair Duncan, Ranking Member DeGette, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Mike Connor, Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. I oversee and provide policy direction in the Department of the Army for all aspects of the Civil Works program of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Corps has 3 main mission areas, which are flood and damage storm reduction, commercial navigation, and aquatic ecosystem restoration. Other missions include hydropower production, fish and wildlife conservation, water supply storage, recreation, and disaster response. In the Columbia River Basin, Congress authorized the Corps and the Bureau of Reclamation to construct, operate, and maintain 14 projects for multiple specified purposes, including but not limited to commercial navigation and hydropower production. Impacts to ecosystems and native species from these projects and other actions in the watershed have been a contentious issue in the region for decades. Chair Mallory has already gone through the history of litigation and conflict that exists. I will just add that there's great value to the collaboration that resulted in the agreement of December 2023. It builds on the foundation of a renewing and growing a partnership with Oregon, Washington, and the Columbia River Treaty Tribes, which have been deeply involved in the mediation, as well as others across the region who are looking to partner with the United States on this and other issues. The stay promotes certainty and stability for all stakeholders. Gives time for working with all these stakeholders on a regional plan, and that was the vision set out by Governor Inslee and Senator Murray in the report that they issued in the summer of 2022. Overall, the Corps will be an important partner and take numerous actions as part of a comprehensive whole-of-government approach to restore Columbia River Basin salmon and other native fish populations, honor federal commitments to tribal nations, and build resilience in the region to the ongoing impacts of climate change. These actions will be consistent with the authorized purposes of the projects and applicable law. Of course, the Columbia River system also provides benefits to the energy and transportation sectors of the region. As part of the agreement to stay the litigation, the U.S. will adjust operations of the federal dams to deliver a net benefit for fish while still supporting commercial navigation and grid reliability. While the agreement includes changes to the Corps' operations of the Lower Columbia River and Lower Snake River dams, human health and safety will remain a top priority, and the Corps will continue working with maritime navigators to ensure modified operations continue to provide safe navigation conditions. Lower Snake River restoration has received a lot of attention, but to be clear, the MOU and U.S. commitments documents describe numerous actions beyond just Lower Snake River restoration, and the documents expressly recognize that any breaching of the Lower Snake River dams would require specific authorization and appropriations from Congress. As such, this agreement does not endorse or commit to breaching any of the Lower Snake River dams. Under the MOU and U.S. commitments, The Corps would participate in and help fund studies to assist in analyzing alternatives to the commercial transportation and recreation services provided by the lower Snake River dams. In-depth analyses informed with broad input from affected parties is important to any decisions that might ultimately be made regarding the status of any of our current infrastructure. In summary, Congress has authorized the Corps and other federal agencies to operate the Columbia River System projects for multiple purposes. The Columbia River Basin is a complex system, and the Corps, working in partnership with other federal agencies, tribal nations, states, and stakeholders, will continue to focus on providing innovative solutions to the very serious issues facing the Columbia River Basin, including actions to protect and enhance both communities and ecosystems, consistently with congressionally authorized project purposes and other programs. I look forward to your questions.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize Assistant Administrator Coit for 5 minutes.
Good morning. Chairman Duncan, Chair Rogers, Ranking Member DeGette, and Ranking Member Pallone, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Janet Coit, and I am the Assistant Administrator for NOAA Fisheries. We appreciate the committee's interest in this important, complex, and longstanding set of issues surrounding the Columbia River system. NOAA is committed to working with our state and tribal fishery co-managers, other federal agencies, and a broad range of stakeholders on a durable solution that takes into account the important interests across the Columbia River Basin. Of course, my role as the head of NOAA Fisheries is focused on fish and their habitats, including fulfilling our treaty obligations, carrying out the provisions of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which directs NOAA to foster and maintain the diversity of fisheries in the United States, as well as the Endangered Species Act, where we are responsible for recovering marine and anadromous species. The Columbia River was once one of the top 5 most productive salmon rivers in the world. From its mouth to its headwaters, it has supported the culture, commerce, health, and identity of tribal nations. However, changes to the Columbia River system and impacts from climate change have contributed to the decline in many stocks of salmon and steelhead. And since the early 1990s, NOAA Fisheries has listed 13 stocks in the Columbia River Basin under the Endangered Species Act, or ESA. Despite considerable efforts to mitigate the risk of extinction, salmon and steelhead are currently at abundances far below those necessary for fully supporting tribal, commercial, and recreational harvest. Delisting endangered and threatened species is the goal under the Endangered Species Act, but these targets are not necessarily the only endpoint. Broad recovery goals aim for healthy stocks of salmon and steelhead that contribute fully to the culture, environment, and economy of the region. In addition to our duties under federal statutes, NOAA is committed to fulfilling the United States government's long-standing treaty and trust responsibilities to Columbia River tribes, so there will always be fish to harvest. In July 2020, NOAA Fisheries issued its latest biological opinion under the ESA, addressing the ongoing operation and maintenance of the 14 federal Columbia River system dams. We concluded that the proposed action was not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of listed salmon and steelhead, or result in the destruction or adverse modification of their designated critical habitat. However, we remain concerned about the future prospects of ESA-listed salmon and steelhead in the basin. In general, these fish remain at a high risk of extinction, particularly considering the potential effects of climate change. To help inform our discussions on salmon recovery, NOAA Fisheries developed the Rebuilding Interior Columbia Basin Salmon and Steelhead Report. We finalized this report in September 2022 with input and support of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and scientists and fishery co-managers throughout the basin. The foundation of the Rebuilding Report was guided by goals established by the Columbia River Basin Partnership Task Force that was originally convened in 2017. NOAA's Rebuilding Report provides a comprehensive set of actions with the highest potential to achieve the partnership's mid-range abundance goals. These goals exceed the abundances required under the Endangered Species Act, which requires progress towards delisting salmon and steelhead, and aims for progress towards healthy and harvestable fish stocks. In December, the Biden-Harris administration announced a historic agreement to work in partnership with tribes and states from the Pacific Northwest. This is a pivotal moment where we move away from the courtroom and move towards collaboration. The December agreement includes a number of NOAA-specific commitments, including seeking opportunities to include fish recovery needs within our competitive grant programs, supporting efforts to restore fish passage into the upper basin, developing steps to restore mid-Columbia salmon and steelhead over the next 10 years, developing tools to track ocean productivity and indicators for restoration planning, and addressing priority Mitchell Act hatchery infrastructure needs, including through funding provided through the Inflation Reduction Act. Together with multiple federal agencies, the December agreement will bring an unprecedented level of new investments to salmon and steelhead recovery over the next decade. Recovery and conservation of salmon and steelhead are goals that we all share. We value working with this subcommittee on these important issues and appreciate your interest in NOAA fisheries. Be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coit. I'll now recognize Mr. Baumann for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan, Ranking Member DeGette, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's an honor for me to appear to you today and represent the Department of Energy at this hearing on the Columbia River system. My name is Jeremiah Baumann, and I'm a senior advisor to our Undersecretary for Infrastructure, which is the part of the Department of Energy that houses the 4 power marketing administrations, including Bonneville, as well as most of the programs that deal with supporting the electrical grid infrastructure, the current energy ecosystem, and generally bringing new energy technologies to the private sector and to communities and states across the country using the resources of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. DOE is committed to ensuring reliable, resilient, and affordable electricity in the United States. We, as part of this, work to enable the maintenance and development of hydropower, along with other zero-carbon energy technologies. Hydropower has, of course, provided clean, low-cost electricity for over a century as the nation's first renewable source of electricity. The Pacific Northwest plays an important role in that. I'm proud to have cut my teeth on energy policy in Oregon, where the first long-distance transmission of electricity that did originate from a hydropower dam took place. Hydropower also plays an important role in the clean energy future, particularly in the Pacific Northwest, using both existing and new technologies and infrastructure. Hydropower, including pumped storage, provides flexibility, inertia, storage, and a variety of grid services to support the integration of variable renewable energy sources, as the chairman's opening statement noted. I won't elaborate on it here, as there's much more detail in my written testimony, but the department, of course, operates a number of programs to support hydropower, including multiple hydropower incentive programs funded in President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. Under the direction of Secretary Granholm and President Biden, DOE is also deeply committed to taking its responsibilities to tribal nations seriously and doing its part to address the damage that energy infrastructure development, especially from earlier generations, has too often done to tribal lands, tribal communities, and sacred ways of tribal life. For generations, the Columbia River Basin ecosystem and infrastructure in the basin have been an integral economic and cultural cornerstone. For tribal nations, the Columbia River Basin and its natural abundance have provided the foundation for culture, health, religion, and more. The administration's historic agreement reinforces the president's responsibility, his commitment to honoring the federal government's treaty and trust responsibilities. And this agreement will contribute to restoring a species that is critical to tribal nations and the whole regional economy, at the same time that it provides long-term stability and operational reliability for the hydropower system that Bonneville and its customers have long sought. In the agreement, the Department of Energy has several key roles in the commitments listed. The first I'll highlight is, in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, the department's going to provide technical assistance, planning, and help identify funding opportunities for the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon, and the Nez Perce Tribe to help them develop tribally sponsored clean energy projects. The agreement also includes a commitment to make adjustments in the way that the federal hydroelectric power system operates to deliver net benefits for fish at the same time that we deliver net benefits for grid reliability. I will let, we can speak to this more later if the committee wishes, but this is a big improvement in the operations of the system for the region, something Bonneville and its customers had sought to achieve in getting operational management of the hydropower system out of the hands of federal courts and into a situation with stability and certainty for the long term. The agreement provides 10 years of predictable hydropower operations for the regions. And on top of that, DOE and the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory are committed to working with states, regional entities, tribes, and utilities, as well as other stakeholders, to convene and support a regional energy planning process. That process is designed to help regional partners access DOE National Lab's best tools to answer a range of thorny issues that they and others across the region and the country face. Not primarily about hydropower, but about the energy transition that is underway on the electricity system that we've got today. They're asking how to plan across service territories when it comes to new infrastructure needs, when every utility is recognizing the need for massive infrastructure investment. They're asking us how to improve forecasting electricity demand and load growth in an era where transportation is starting to shift towards electricity, and that could have very different patterns across geographies and time. How to meet accelerating demands for new single large loads like new manufacturing capacity, and more. This regional energy planning process has been started and in the planning works before this agreement and started outside of this agreement. But I mention it because you will see in the agreement that what we've committed is that this process is where we will look at how the region's infrastructure needs over the next 20 or 30 years would be different if Congress were to authorize the breach of the lower Snake River dams and authorize or direct DOE or Bonneville to replace that power. DOE and its interagency partners look forward to working with Congress to implement the commitments made in this historic agreement, and we thank the committee for the opportunity to testify on this important topic.
Appreciate the witness's testimony, and we'll now move into the question and answer portion of this hearing, and I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. And before I do, a lot of thoughts go through our heads as we listen to the testimony provided today, and it's a complicated issue, I get that. So I'll start with Mr. Connor. As the Assistant Secretary for Civil Works, you oversee the Army Corps of Engineers, which owns and operates Lower Snake River Dam and more than 700 dams across the country. Do you agree that the Army Corps' dams serve a wide range of benefits, including flood control, irrigation, navigation, and clean power production?
Absolutely.
Were you involved in this secret negotiation led by CEQ to dismantle the Lower Snake River dams?
I was certainly involved in negotiating with the parties and participating in a whole of government discussion to come up with a federal position, yes.
Okay. The Army Corps has been a longtime supporter of the Lower Snake River dams and the value they serve to the nation as a whole. Does this MOU change Army policy with respect to the dams?
This MOU does not change Army policy. We are continuing to operate those facilities to carry out their authorized purposes. We are doing that and making adjustments so that we improve the conditions for native and indigenous fish.
The Army Corps' website states that the Lower Snake River system of locks and dams deliver a significant economic benefit to the nation. Barging on the Columbia Snake River system moves, on average, approximately 10 million tons of cargo valued at over $3 billion each year. 40% of the nation's wheat transits through the system. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Will this secret MOU have any immediate effect on the Army Corps facilities operations on the Snake River?
We are making adjustments to operations of our facilities, how we move water through them so that they can better serve the needs of the fisheries while we are continuing to produce hydropower as well as carry out our navigation mission.
What percent does it set for other dams like what precedent, rather, does it set for other dams like the Army Corps dams on Savannah River?
Every dam situation, the operations of the carrying out the purposes of the authorization of those facilities, or any discussions that exist amongst the 2,000 dams that have been removed in this country since the early 1900s, all of those are very fact-specific circumstances that involve the stakeholders that are associated with those facilities. So I'd say this activity, the discussions that we're having with stakeholders in the Pacific Northwest on the Snake River dams doesn't have precedent for any other facilities.
So I've witnessed in my tenure in Congress, even before that, the management of the Savannah River Lakes, water levels have been managed for downstream flow because of a non-indigenous species of sturgeon. So the lake levels have to go down. I think this sets a bad precedent that there is a potential down the road for the Savannah River Lakes dams to be removed for a non-indigenous species. Is that a real possibility based on this precedent?
Well, I don't think based on this precedent. I think, once again, the situations that exist at Savannah River, and I am not as familiar with those facilities. I should be more familiar with them, Chair Duncan. I don't think the issues of operations, et cetera, will be dealt with those communities, with the state, with the stakeholders in that particular situation. And I haven't heard anything about dam removal being a necessity there.
Those are just thoughts that go through my head. Only Congress can authorize the removal of the federal dams. Does the Army Corps plan to limit hydropower production on the Snake River or Army Corps dams on the Savannah River in any way?
No intention to reduce hydropower production. We are going to operate those facilities consistent with multiple purposes. Those have impact. You know, how we operate for power production impacts navigation, impacts fisheries. We try and adjust and optimize all of those purposes.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Mr. Baumann. I was deeply troubled to learn that the CEQ intervened in a lawsuit brought by an environmental activist and entered into a secret negotiation with a small group of special interest groups. This MOU makes commitments on behalf of the entire U.S. government using taxpayer money that Congress appropriated for other uses. The MOU commits DOE to pay for clean, renewable, socially just energy resources to offset 1,000 and 3,000 megawatts that would be lost if the Snake River dams were breached. What statutory authority are you relying on to earmark funding for to these 4 tribes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The commitment in the that is described in there is to provide the technical assistance to help the tribes with the planning and development of energy projects. We don't make any commitments to fund specific projects because we can't vary from the competitive rules that apply to virtually all DOE funding. So the agreement's not actually committing to specifically fund any number of energy projects. DOE also doesn't have the authority to actually go out and sort of develop and fund the final project development phase.
What type of resources do DOE plan to build?
The resources that will be used here are the technical assistance resources that we use for a variety of private sector, tribal, state, and city stakeholders who are seeking our assistance on how to advance their energy projects.
I'll say this, my time's about up, but it'll be spent on weather-dependent solar panels, probably not 24/7 baseload energy production we provide currently with the hydroelectric dams. The last thing I'll say is that we have a republic, and states have a voice, are supposed to have a voice in these type things. Stakeholders that Chair Rogers mentioned earlier that weren't heard from in this should have a voice. We are their voices, and that's why I think this committee hearing is so important. The need for electricity generation in this country is growing as our nation continues to grow. To remove hydroelectric, clean energy sources like these dams at this time is wrong. And so now I'll recognize the ranking member to get for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So throughout his questioning, the chairman kept referring to a, quote, secret MOU. But in fact, the MOU was filed in court, was it not, Chair Mallory?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, it was filed in court.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to put a copy of the MOU in the record of this hearing so even more people can get access.
Do you have a
to it.
copy of it?
You bet we do.
We'll be glad to enter the record if we have a copy of it. I haven't seen it.
Okay, thank you. Now, Chair Mallory, I also want to ask, I want to talk to you a little bit about the process by which the government and 6 sovereigns came into the agreement. Every party, Chair Mallory, every party involved in the various litigations on the Columbia River Basin was invited to participate in the mediation process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And also, my understanding is that the mediation process run by the Federal Mediation Service has fairly strict confidentiality requirements that are imposed on the parties. So, Chair Mallory, I wonder if you can talk for a moment about how that imposed restriction on what mediation participants could or could not say as negotiations were ongoing.
Thank you so much, Congressman, for that question. Yes, I think one of the things that was a focal framework for the conversations that went on over the last couple of years was that we sought out the expertise of the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service because we recognized the complexity of this. And the mediation has a confidentiality requirements that all participants were required to sign on to, which structured the way in which the conversations occurred. We went outside of that in order to create an opportunity for members to have an opportunity to provide input. We created listening sessions, we created a mailbox, we did a request for information from CEQ so that folks would have a chance to voice their views on some of these issues, all of which was then made available to the people who are participating in the mediation.
So the fact that the mediation service has the confidentiality requirements, that wasn't entered into with any nefarious purpose by you folks?
No, that's a typical mediation process so that people can speak openly with one another.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the concrete impacts of the agreement. So Administrator Hairston, the $300 million commitment from Bonneville represents one of the largest concrete commitments in the agreement. So I want to clear up some of this confusion. The $200 million for hatchery modernization and upgrades and the $100 million for salmon restoration projects are the only direct funding commitments from ratepayers in this December agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
And so to make sure I'm clear about the ratepayer impacts of those commitments, there was a document released showing that BPA's commitments under this agreement would only have a 0.7% impact on ratepayer costs, or roughly 0.02 cents per kilowatt hour. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Now, Administrator Hairston, to end on a positive note, can you talk a little bit about the positive operational impacts this agreement would have on Bonneville by giving it flexibility to perform dam spill in the spring and fall rather than the summer, which would enable the dams in the summer to run at a higher capacity factor to meet peak summer demand?
Yes, Congresswoman. So for us, we were able to, through this agreement, negotiate now pulling back some of the spill that we were experiencing in August, which is a very trying month for us. As the system loses water, we would like to have a little bit more flexibility going into August because of the hot temperatures. So through this negotiation, we were able to move some of that spill into the spring where it's actually more beneficial for fish, and then pull back some of that spill in August, actually limited it to the end of July. And so we've got 2 weeks now that we can actually flex the system when we experience heat events.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Julie yields back. It's now my pleasure to recognize the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Chair Mallory, do you agree that only Congress has the authority to remove the lower Snake River dams?
Yes.
Do you think it's appropriate for the U.S. government to establish a new public policy in a confidential sue and settle negotiation?
There was no sue and settle negotiation here, Congresswoman.
So $1 billion to the plaintiffs, temporarily no more lawsuits for 5 years. Chair Mallory, in your testimony, you mentioned that you have received hundreds of emails from public and stakeholders on this issue since the agreement was signed. Would you classify the groups being represented on the second panel today, whose lives will be upended if the dams were removed, as stakeholders?
Yes.
How many emails have you received from the public opposed to the agreement?
Congressman, I have not gone through every one of those emails. I don't know whether those folks also sent
Okay.
emails.
Reclaiming my time, I'll just say I have 40 letters here I'll enter into the record, 40, representing thousands of people in the Pacific Northwest. CEQ cut a secret backroom deal to please radical environmentalists who are profiting from a campaign to tear out our dams. You ignored the science and the law, and there will be consequences for that. Mr. Hairston, if the lower Snake River dams were breached, what would it mean for the region's electricity rates?
Well, that's an open question. Most likely they will go up.
Thank you. What would it mean for grid reliability?
When you take out baseload resources as well as resources that allow a lot more flexibility and with the opportunity to shape variable resources, it could have a diminishing impact on reliability.
Thank you. What would be the result? Would it result in more carbon emissions?
I couldn't tell you if it would.
Well, when you think of Washington State, what do you think of weather-wise? Rain, but CEQ is deciding we're going to go solar. Isn't that sweet? I think it's going to have an impact here. Mr. Hairston, CEQ has committed $300 million from BPA as a part of the MOU, yet still ensures that BPA will be able to make its own rate-making decisions, right, independently of the White House. Is that true?
That's correct.
Will you still be able to function independently and fulfill your responsibility to keep rates low for our customers?
That's correct.
Can you confidently say that BPA would not be forced to buy power from a tribal energy program as proposed in the agreement?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms. Coit, NOAA's job is to follow the science and to help policymakers balance the cost and benefits of the dams to avoid, quote, jeopardizing endangered or threatened fish. That's what the law, the Endangered Species Act, authorizes NOAA to do. Yes or no? The science on endangered salmon in the Pacific Northwest shows that there are multiple threats, from pollution in the Puget Sound to illegal fishing to predation by sea lions and other natural predators. Isn't that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there's
Thank
a
you.
multitude of threats.
Thank you. Yes or no? Does the Endangered Species Act say anything about restoring, quote, healthy and abundant salmon?
No, that is
Thank
not
you.
in the Endangered
Thank you.
Species Act.
Yes or no? Do you believe that we can restore, quote, healthy and abundant populations of salmon without tearing out the dams?
Our report concludes that in order to give the best possible chance of restoring salmon, we'd need to breach the Lower Snake River dams, and that is to achieve the healthy and harvestable goal.
And that is the report that was used by CEQ to enter into the commitments and actions. Is that correct?
That report was developed by NOAA with input from the states and the tribes and others, and was
A select few. Thank you. Since there are many threats to the salmon, why did NOAA move the goalpost from avoiding actions that would further jeopardize the salmon to this new standard of healthy and abundant?
That standard came from originally from the Columbia Basin Partnership Report that was endorsed in the last administration, and it had a consensus that not just delisting, but having healthy and harvestable levels of fish to
Thank
support
you.
our tribal
Thank you.
obligations
Thank
was
you.
a goal.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time. What are the status of the salmon runs on the lower Snake River?
So all of the runs on the Lower Snake are either threatened or endangered.
Are they are improving. They
They
are improving.
in recent
Would you tell me specifically which ones are improving?
In recent years, several of the runs have improved, but our recent
Yes,
stock...
I'm out of time. And what about the runs on Puget Sound? The salmon runs in Puget Sound, are they improving or are they in decline? Are they in crisis?
Unfortunately, the threatened and endangered salmon across the Pacific Northwest are all not doing well, all of the listed species, and so we're taking a multitude of actions in Puget Sound as well as the Columbia River Basin.
I will ask some more questions here.
Thank you.
I wish you would accurately answer the questions around the salmon runs on the lower Snake. I will come back to it later. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot already today about the potential impacts of this agreement, but I'd like to drill down to why it was necessary for the Biden administration to negotiate the agreement. For nearly 2 decades, the U.S. government has been on a losing streak when it comes to court battles over the impact of the Columbia River system's operations on endangered fish. So let me ask Assistant Administrator Coit, can you talk about the history of litigation on biological opinions that NOAA Fisheries has published and the impacts that the judgments against the government have had on the river system's operations? But briefly, because I have other questions.
Okay, so briefly, thank you for that question. Ever since the first salmon were listed in the early 90s, the government has routinely lost litigation over a period of 30 years in regard to the conclusions in our BIOPS, and that is why we're very hopeful about this agreement where we can move away from litigation and work collaboratively towards restoration.
Well, thank you. So it's clearly safe to say that the continued operations of the river system were in legal jeopardy by the time the Biden administration came into office 3 years ago. But let me go to Chair Mallory and again to Assistant Administrator Coit. Given that history of litigation, it's quite clear to me that the status quo operations of the river system were unsustainable. Could each of you talk about how important it was for the administration to obtain a stay of the litigation to provide certainty to the communities in the Pacific Northwest that rely on the river's predictable operations, and yet can you talk about the impacts that could have occurred in the region if the government had lost in court and the court had granted the plaintiff's request for an injunction? Long questions, and I'm always asking for brief answers. We'll start with Chair Mallory.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, I think that was front of mind for us as we came into the office and this lawsuit was filed. The lawsuit raised the threat again of having the operations within the Columbia River system controlled by a court and controlled by what a court thought was the reasonable path. And what we tried to do was to think about how could we find a situation where we were able to advance the broad range of issues important to us, the tribal sovereignty, the conservation, the importance of recognizing that we have an opportunity here to deal with our energy needs in ways that would be beneficial overall. How do we do all of that in the context of what had been a lose-lose situation? We wanted to create a win-win opportunity through a path of collaboration. So we saw this as the alternative that gave us the 10 years that would allow us to have time for the regions to work through some of the more complex issues, which, as we've heard, are very complex.
Thank you. And Assistant Administrator?
Briefly, yeah, we wanted to get away from the unpredictability of court orders determining how the system would be operated and into a predictable situation where we'd work together towards these multiple goals of recovering salmon and achieving other system goals.
And I do want to stress that, you know, I know it is complex. I used to actually be involved with fisheries with the New Jersey Marine Fisheries Service, which is a sea grant. And, you know, it was in many ways more difficult than being here, to be perfectly honest, in Congress. But I wanted to say on a separate and more personal note, I wanted to thank you for your leadership and engagement to further responsible development of offshore wind power, which is a big issue now in New Jersey. You know, you've been doing it at the same time that you're protecting marine life in the Atlantic Ocean. And I know that climate change is the biggest long-term threat to marine life and the recreational and commercial fishing industries, which are important in my district. And so we have to focus on building out renewable energy. We can do both. We can have offshore wind and address climate, and at the same time, you know, I think limit any threats to marine life. So I just want to continue to work with you to curb the vessel strikes and the entanglements that are currently the #1 cause of whale injuries and deaths, which has also been a big issue in my district, particularly the critically endangered North Atlantic right whale. I know that NOAA and Baumann just put out a statement about how they're going to effectively, you know, deal with both issues, and I think you're doing a good job. So I also wanted to, Assistant Secretary Connor, I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you and your team for your work, especially the folks at the New York field office for working closely with me to protect New Jersey's coastline from rising seas and dangerous storms, which continue to be a threat. So thank you all again. I appreciate it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for our witnesses for being with us today on this very, very important subject that we have before us today. If I could start my questioning with Administrator Hairston. In reviewing your testimony, you state, in addition to hydropower generation, these dams are operated to meet multiple specific purposes, including flood risk management, navigation, irrigation, fish and wildlife conservation, creation, recreation, and municipal and industrial water supply. You know, in reading the rest of this, pretty much there's not a lot else there talking about energy, and this is the Energy and Commerce Committee, so I'd like to just talk about energy for a little bit and ask some questions. And again, reviewing your testimony, I assume you want to provide affordable power to the users that are residential, commercial, and also manufacturing?
That's correct.
And one of the questions I've asked multiple times in this committee over the last year, do you anticipate needing more or less power to meet those needs in the future?
We anticipate needing more power.
You're going to need
Loads
more
are
power.
growing.
Thank you. And then the next question, do you anticipate you're going to need to have more hydropower in the future or less hydropower?
Well, hydropower would be great to have.
But do you anticipate you're going to need more or less hydropower?
That's a pretty open question, quite honestly. It depends on the resource mix, but
Okay.
I would say the existing system
Because the
is
question was asked, let me,
really important.
do you anticipate making more investment into hydropower in the future?
We make investment in the system as it currently is in capital to
But,
sustain
but
the
in
system.
the actual investment into the hydropower, not to all the other parts?
Oh,
that you
absolutely,
have?
into the hydropower, the projects themselves.
Could you do me a favor, because this is a question I like to ask, especially for folks that are in the industry, so people in the, might not understand it. What's baseload capacity?
Yeah, so baseload capacity is the amount of energy that we need to meet base loads during any period of time, whereas capacity allows us to flex and meet the peaks during a day or during a period of time.
And that's the next question, because do you think do you need to be a provider of baseload capacity, or do you need to be a provider of peaking power?
Well, we need to be able to provide both. We provide base loads to our customers, but we also provide peaking capability. So when they do see those peaks during certain periods of the day, we're able to meet the loads.
Well, thank you. If I could turn to the Assistant Secretary Connor, let me ask the same question. Again, because this is important in this committee, do we need more power or less power in the future?
Every indication seems more power.
And again, if we go back, if I just asking a couple of questions that I asked the administrator, do you anticipate that we're going to need more or less hydropower in the future?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon?
I don't know the answer to the question of whether we're going to need more
Okay, but
hydropower
in
versus other.
the region we're speaking of, in the states in the northwest, are we going to need more hydropower or less hydropower?
That we need to maintain a certain level of hydropower, and we need to look for other energy sources that we can develop.
Okay,
that-
and again, as you just
That's clean
heard
energy.
the administrator mention about and describing what baseload capacity is, because again, we can't run factories which provide the jobs for the people that live in our areas, like my area in northern Ohio. I have 86,000 manufacturing jobs, so I've got to have baseload capacity to make sure those people can earn a living. So and again, as we look at, especially what we're thinking about with the Corps of Engineers, if we start looking at reducing the base load and also what can be with the hydropower, especially if these dams are breached, what happens to grid reliability?
You've got to replace those services. I think that's the bottom line. If there is a situation because of the presence of a dam and that whole totality of issues say we've got to consider that river system without that dam, then you've got to replace those services if we're going to maintain that reliability.
And we're going to have to have it, and we're going to have to have it in the future. Just real quickly, and that's my last 20 seconds, if I can turn to Mr. Baumann, if I may. It's the same question. From DOE's perspective, I've had individuals in before testify before when they've been here before. I like to ask this one question again. Do we need to have more power or less power in the future? More power. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have 1 second left, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now recognize Ms. Matsui for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Hydropower is an important baseload clean energy source. In Sacramento, our local utility, the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, gets 22% of our electricity from hydropower. Our path to 100% clean energy would be much more difficult without the reliable, clean electricity generated by hydropower. Dams like the Folsom and Shasta dams are also essential for flood control and for ensuring a reliable water supply in dry years, which are becoming more frequent and more intense due to climate change. However, dams have also affected dramatic changes on the natural landscape, with often dire consequences for the many species that live or spawn in these rivers. The Sacramento River supports 4 runs of Chinook salmon. The winter and spring runs are already designated endangered and threatened. The fall runs have also seen populations collapse in the last 2 years, leading to the closing of the California salmon fishery in 2023. Assistant Administrator Coit, what is the current status of the fall and late fall runs of the Sacramento River Chinook salmon?
Congresswoman, thank you for that question. As you mentioned, winter and spring are already listed, but unfortunately, the fall runs have also seen significant declines in the last couple of years, as you know, leading to the closing of the California fishery in 2023.
Okay, and what are the threats to Sacramento River Chinook salmon, and why have fall run populations collapsed recently?
So the threats are similar to those we've been discussing in the Columbia River in terms of water quality, estuarine habitat, dams, predators. The fall runs seem particularly sensitive to lack of estuarine habitat and changing ocean conditions. That is, as you know, climate change is causing warming and ecosystem changes in the oceans, and that affects salmon as well.
Absolutely. One solution to provide better habitat for salmon is to install temperature control devices on dams to release colder water from deep within the reservoir. As part of the Folsom Dam Raise project, I secured $38 million in funding from the infrastructure law to improve the temperature control device on Folsom Dam. Assistant Secretary Connor, can you provide an update on that work and how it improved water temperatures below Folsom Dam?
Representative Matsui, thank you for the funding. Incredibly important that we update our infrastructure so that we can better address the needs of providing water, generating power, and supporting healthy fish runs. So we're at about a 35% design on the temperature control device now. We're going to finalize the design hopefully in 2026 and move towards construction in 2027.
Great. I'm thankful for the investment the Army Corps has made in implementing a full system flood control approach in Sacramento. As we continue to improve our flood control system, can you commit to and continue to work with our local communities to minimize and mitigate impacts on our unique ecosystem?
It's a joy to work with the local communities in the state there because they're so innovative in the things we're doing with the floodplain, reconnecting it to the river, and planning for a new future, absolutely
Right.
committed.
And following up on that, the Army Corps is very good at keeping our homes and businesses safe from storms, but sometimes nature provides the best flood protection. Assistant Secretary Connor, as you know from your trips to my district, the Yolo bypass shows how flood control can be compatible with fisheries, wetlands, wildlife, and agriculture. We are about to enter the 3rd year of the Yolo bypass study. How important is considering natural geography when evaluating flood control projects?
It's incredibly important because there are true win-wins. We can reconnect the floodplain to the river. We can get better flood protection. We'll definitely get better access to habitat for the fisheries. And we'll improve water supply conditions when we do that. So it's the trifecta there at a minimum.
Okay, Ms. Coit, can you provide an update on NOAA's efforts to reintroduce Chinook salmon to the McCloud and Upper Sacramento rivers above Shasta Dam?
Thank you, sure. As you know, we were able to do reintroductions of experimental populations above Shasta Dam, working with the Winneman-Wintu tribe and the state California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and it's gone very well in terms of working together to reintroduce the fish to where they had historically been. I'd be happy to give you a more detailed update, but in general, I want to echo what Assistant Secretary said, that the partnerships in this area are leading to really innovative and successful restoration projects. So thank you.
Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back, and I'll go to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all the witnesses, for being here. And Secretary Connor, these questions are for you. And I don't want to just bring my individual district's issues in here, but I think it's lessons learned for the history of the meeting. So I'm working with the Louisville District Office with a dam removal project that's currently going on, authorized by Congress, of the Green River Dam, lock and down number 5 specifically. It was for navigational purposes. It's not navigable for commercial traffic these days. And so to be removed. So, and I will say that your Louisville office. All of them are, the professionals are professional, the commanders have been great to work with, but it's a difficult situation, and they're kind of in a difficult situation. And so what happened is, we decided, get the information to put in a bill to take out the dam, and the argument that came from the local leaders was this is going to affect our intake for our water system. And the studies say this can't happen at the lower level, won't go to the level that they say it's going to go to. It can never happen. Well, guess what? Once the dam started coming out, we had a drought, and the factor of safety was not there anymore. So we're dealing with that issue. And the problem is, if the Corps of Engineers has said, hey, you need to take the dam out, it's the right thing to do, and we all agree to it, but there could be some things that need to be mitigated, then Congress could appropriate that within that bill. But now that's happening. We're having an issue, and working with the Corps, they understand the problem. Like I said, your people are professional, but now they're saying, well, we can't do anything unless Congress comes back and help appropriates and moves forward, which is a process that I'm involved in and working for. We have a water bill coming this year. But it is frustrating that we don't foresee these problems and try to get a jump on them. Does the Corps look at those issues before and then try to mitigate even moving forward? I don't know how familiar you are with that specific project, but that's important to us.
I have become more familiar with it, and I hope to be out there in the next couple of months. I owe Louisville a visit.
We'd love to have you, host you, absolutely.
Yeah, so I appreciate your working with our district office. We should be looking at those. I don't know the specifics of the situation of how, we didn't believe that the levels were going to drop and then the intake was at risk. So I need to learn more about that. But the bottom line is, in any water resource project now, we understand it's not just aquatic ecosystem, flood risk reduction, or water supply. They all affect each other now. So if we didn't, we should be looking at all those factors as we consider dam removal, and we consider all the benefits or the implications of it. So we'll do a deeper dive, but I appreciate right now, I think we've got a strategy where some of the stakeholders are offering assistance. And let me be clear, we will work with your office. We do environmental infrastructure projects, so if we need to add that water supply piece to help effectuate this overall dam removal process, we are definitely open to working with you, Congressman.
That'd absolutely be helpful. And if you come, we have Fort Knox right there. We have, this project is about 10 minutes from Mammoth Cave National Park. So it would be worth your visit to come. We'd love to host you to be there.
Thank you.
And just saying overall, when the Corps looks at this, and I know this is a TVA dam, but I was actually born in the Shoals area of Alabama, so I understand this. I don't know the Columbia River system as well as I know the Tennessee River system. And 100 years ago, it was pre-TVA, they built the Wilson Dam, which backed up the water. And in over 100 years, entire society's developed around it. I mean, it's a, when I say Shoals Creek, you can ski on it. And there's not just recreational, but commercial. I think the wildlife has seemed to have adapted to it. And so when you say go back to natural, I understand having a dam there is not nature, but it all is nature has accommodated the dam. And so if you say we're going to take dams out, TVA is not talking about Wilson Dam, I'm just using that as an example. It does affect current society. And so the question is, do y'all factor that in as well when you start looking at projects for bringing dams out? I know that it's not the way God created it, but it is the way that human society has developed around it, and that's important to factor in as well.
Yes, Congressman, I've been involved in a lot of dam removal situations in other capacities, as well as working with the Corps. Most of those situations are driven by the interests of local stakeholders that start a dialogue and try and build a coalition. A lot of times it's related to the benefits of this facility, while they were once significant, are no longer of value, particularly when you take into account the costs from an environmental standpoint, or the implications as in other situations where you're impacting other communities, such as tribes in the Snake River Basin, the Columbia River system. So usually that's where the start of the dialogue happens. That's why I say all the dam removal projects, breaching issues, and some aren't breached, is driven by local circumstances and usually local folks.
Thank you. Well, and I'm out of time, but if you could coordinate when we're not in session, I could be there with you. We'd host you, and it'd be a worthwhile.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Vesey, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in Texas, I can tell you that we don't have that, Pacific Northwest with the trout and the salmon and that scenery, like some of the hydropower that they have up there. But we know that every kilowatt counts, particularly when we have extreme weather conditions. And I can tell you just a couple of examples of that in my area. In Tarrant County, where Fort Worth is located, the Water District installed hydropower generation not far from my district in 2012, and Arlington Outlet Hydroelectric Generator provides probably about 1.3 megawatt hours of electric generation, and ERCOT continues to break demands for records on the order of 85,000 megawatts. So again, every little bit helps, and so I think hydropower definitely plays an important role. And I wanted to ask Mr. Baumann, in your testimony, you state that hydropower provides flexibility, inertia, storage, and grid services to support the integration of variable renewable energy resources. And I've noted that we don't have an abundance of hydropower in Texas, but we do have a lot of wind and a lot of solar. Can you elaborate on how hydropower is a key piece and complement to other cleaner resources?
Thanks for the question, Congressman VC. Happy to talk about that topic. Yeah, it goes back to what the, I can't remember whether it was the chairman or Mr. Latta was saying about sort of this, the way that historically was looked at baseload capacity. Because of the way hydropower operates, that rivers, for a good river that's got a good hydropower system, it's running year round, and you've got so much data on what the river flows are likely to look like, and then especially if you've got a reservoir and are storing water, you've got a pretty controllable generator there. I think one of the members referred to it as essentially a battery, which is true. When that reservoir behind the dam is filling up, it's just storing electricity. You generate it whenever you want to generate it. So that's the value of it. It's actually, and it can ramp up and down quickly as we talk about it. It may be, only a couple gigawatts of total power over the course of the year, but it might be far more than that in any given instant when you need to rapidly increase or decrease generation, either to match another form of energy that's coming online. And we're learning a lot of these extreme weather incidents, by the way, that it's not just a matter of matching the ups and downs of wind and solar, but when it turns out, a gas plant or a gas line somewhere hasn't been fit for cold weather, you might need to change your operations to fill in there too.
Yeah.
Now, we've also learned over decades of studying this that the problem is all of these things, just like with energy source of energy, there are trade-offs. Ramping up and down rapidly is not the best thing for fish who can get damaged when you're shifting where the water's going, and one way is through turbines. And so there's just a lot of factors that you have to factor in here. And we're learning a lot of different things with new storage technology. There are other sources of power that can also match wind and solar, which is why the department really does think that the right response to this very complex issue is to bring the best expertise from our labs together to truly study it and look at, are there the right combinations of sources that could replace those services, and what would it cost and how long would it take?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Ms. Coit, I'd like to pivot a little bit to focusing on the salmon populations that's so critical in this agreement. I understand that the Endangered Species Act baseline is for NOAA to ensure recovery of salmon populations, which is a different baseline than what NOAA has been pursuing. Can you elaborate on how NOAA has gone beyond achieving Endangered Species Act delisting levels to rebuild healthy and harvestable runs of salmon and steelhead that will restore economic and cultural benefits to the region from its fish populations?
Thank you for that question. Yes, you're really talking about two standards. One under the Endangered Species Act, which requires that all federal agencies work to recover threatened and endangered species. So, you're trying to take them from the brink of extinction to a stable population. But another threshold, which is the one we're talking about here, aligns with our treaty obligations, for one thing. The tribes were promised the right to fish in the usual and accustomed places, and you can't harvest many of these species because they're listed as threatened or endangered. So we're looking for healthy runs and harvestable runs that can meet our tribal treaty obligations and have a higher standard, which is also something that was identified by the regional stakeholders that got together for the Columbia Basin Partnership and is also enshrined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. As we know, the dams throughout the Columbia River Basin play a crucial role in providing renewable energy and maintaining a navigable waterway for transportation. Additionally, the dams benefit agricultural, irrigation, and transportation needs that not only service the Pacific Northwest, but also have a lasting value throughout the rest of the country. It's clear to me the economic impacts of dam removal, the loss of hydroelectric power, flood control, agricultural, and transportation implications would be a potentially serious mistake, but of course we have to balance these things with the environmental health of the region. Numerous state and federal agencies are already involved in planning and operating the operation of the Columbia River system to ensure compliance with existing law and protections, specifically those concerning environmental protections. I do have concerns that the administration would try to pursue a avenue around Congress to circumvent our authority to breach federally controlled dams in the region through the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding and the sue and settle tactics through the court system, but it sounds like, based on the testimony, that's not the plan. But I guess, Ms. Mallory, I would ask, under current law, do you think there already is authority to remove the dams if the administration determines that that would be the way that they would handle and balance the situation in the Pacific Northwest? Because the reason I ask that question is because we've seen reinterpretation of the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and all kinds of federal law over the years. Do you feel that you already have the authority, that we already have the authority without further congressional action?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. I think that we were very clear in the agreement that we believe we need congressional authority to move forward on dam removal. And so I think, as we've been saying, the purpose of the agreement was to try to take advantage of this 10-year period to allow the important studies to be developed that would support Congress considering the issue.
I understand. That was not the total answer to the question because, as I said, we've seen administrations of both political parties reinterpret existing congressional authority. And do you feel that we have to have further congressional action other than what has already occurred?
Yes.
For that to happen? So the answer would be yes. Good. I mean, I would agree with that. So somebody mentioned in this during the hearing this $1 billion going to stakeholders in the agreement so that would mitigate lawsuits for a 5-year period. Can you further elaborate on what's actually in there and what actually is happening?
A more accurate reflection of that is that the agreement calls for dollars to be put towards the kind of fish and wildlife management issues, hatchery issues. Much of that money is coming through the combination of commitments that Bonneville Power has made that we already heard about, from the Inflation Reduction Act, bipartisan infrastructure law, from existing authorization that Congress has already made. And I think one of the reasons for one of the studies is to see what more is needed. And the idea is that we will likely need to have further conversations within the administration and with Congress about additional funding.
Okay.
But the president's presidential memorandum in September called on all of the agencies to actually see how they could use their authorities to actually support fish and wildlife.
Okay. Does that include approximately $300 million to the local tribes to build green energy projects and guaranteeing them that we will purchase the power will be purchased if they create those? Help them create those?
That's not correct. I think there's $300 million, and John is probably a better person to break it down for you. But
Can we clarify that then? If that's not true, then can we clarify what that is?
Yeah, Congressman, so as I said in my earlier testimony, $300 million is comprised of $200 million over 10 years in capital funding for modernization, upgrades, and maintenance of the Lower Snake River Compensation Plan hatcheries. So it's a mixture of capital dollars that go to upgrades.
So can I ask a quick question? That money has already been appropriated by Congress for that purpose?
That money that Bonneville is paying does not need to be appropriated. Bonneville does not receive appropriations. We will pay that through the revenues that we bring in through the sales of our
And so that'll be passed on to the ratepayers, that money, it would have to be, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. I yield back. Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Schreier, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Doctor, and Chair today. Chair Mallory, I'm hoping you'll be able to put my mind at ease and clear up some of the concerns I outlined in the letter sent to your office last month. Some of this is along the lines of what Dr. Bouchon was just referring to. One of my concerns is the sources of funding and where the federal government is getting the funds to implement this plan and other funding down the road. We're talking about, in some cases, billions of dollars without details of where the funding is coming from. And this is a legally binding document. In Congress, where the road to authorizing and appropriating is long and often contentious, the funding of new programs is never a guarantee, especially in today's political climate. It's especially important that we uphold our treaty obligations to the tribes and not make commitments that we cannot keep. So I'll note that my office has not been notified of any funding requests thus far regarding the commitments in this document. And so I'd like to understand kind of when are we going to completely understand exactly what will be Congress's responsibility?
Thank you so much, Congressman, for that question. I think first to just stay up top, and I believe this is actually stated specifically in the agreement, that the agreement does not commit dollars that have not already been appropriated. So the dollars that we are laying out and talking about in the agreement are monies that are available primarily, but then we know that we're going to likely need more money to help on the fish and wildlife issues. And so for those issues, I think we have committed, the president doing a presidential memo that is authorizing or directing the agencies to kind of use their authorities and their dollars to the best extent that they can to support the fish and wildlife in the area. So we expect, as we're identifying additional needs, that we will turn to the agencies for dollars that have already been appropriated, or we will go through the normal process, first with OMB, then with Congress, to secure additional funding that may be necessary.
So we know that there will be additional funding necessary because the part you've talked about is just the part about mitigation, hatcheries, passage of salmon, kind of the near term. But then there is the longer term of building, connecting to the grid, tribal contributions when they develop clean energy of some sort. And so I'm wondering where that will come from, because that's really one of our big obligations, is that you will be able to build this and there will be a purchaser of this.
I think on the tribal side, and again, there's probably others on this panel better positioned to speak directly to that, but I think that for that funding, the agreement does not address that funding. The agreement addresses the technical assistance that we are providing to tribes to position them to actually meet their energy needs and goals. It doesn't go the next step that you're talking about, and therefore there's no commitment set forth in that, but someone can correct me if that's wrong. Nods were of yes, it's fine.
The only thing I'd add would be that for the tribes or anyone developing an energy project, once you've got it developed, the energy project is going to have revenue from selling electricity. So it's sort of a moot question whether someone needs to fund the full project or not because the way the projects get structured. But the commitment is really to provide the technical assistance to help them develop projects and go seek funding.
So I only have a little bit of time left, but my understanding is that there are clean energy projects throughout the country that have not yet been connected to the grid. The grid is not yet modernized. And so I just want to make sure that if we're making a promise to the tribes that they will have this and they will be able to market it, that it will be there. We can't break a promise. I'm going to turn to Administrator Hairston. I know you're well aware of BPA's statutory obligations about acquiring new resources and some of the restrictions on that about efficiency and about appropriate cost effectiveness. And I was just wondering if there's expectation that BPA will be purchasing tribally owned or sponsored power resources.
Thank you, Congresswoman. No, this agreement does not require Bonneville to purchase those resources. We have to follow our statutory requirement in how we acquire resources. It doesn't change that.
My time is out, but I think this is something we need to figure out before we make promises and make sure we're not breaking any. Thank you. I yield back.
Did she yield? Yes. Gentlelady yields back. Recognize Mr. Wahlberg, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the panel for being here. I'm sure that there are many states that envy Michigan for the fact that it's a fact that you are no more than 6 miles from a body of water in Michigan. And my district runs from Lake Michigan to Lake Erie, the entire southern border. So water is very special and important to us. Michigan is also home to over 2,500 dams. And that's a profound impact to hundreds of thousands of Michiganders and many communities that are located close to these structures. Dams offer places to swim, to fish, to recreate, and of course, as we're talking of today, for hydropower. Many of these facilities also support the tax base of local communities through recreational activities and tourism. However, some of these structures, as you understand, are extremely old and expensive to maintain. And no matter who owns the dams, whether a utility or a tribe or HOA, these organizations are facing decisions, significant decisions, of what they will look like in the future. Mr. Baumann, to meet federal safety standards, these dams will require expensive improvements to comply with federal safety requirements. How can we as Congress incentivize these capital-intensive projects to keep these small communities afloat and continue to allow folks to experience the natural beauty of the Great Lakes state?
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. You're identifying indeed a big issue around the country. Lots of dams that are still providing important benefits also have safety risks or other just infrastructure needs as they age. We have a number of programs at the department that offer some help with that. There's a relatively robust incentive program under the bipartisan infrastructure law that our grid deployment office operates that I'd be happy to connect you to. And there's a few other ones like that. Our water power technologies office also has technical assistance and other support. So happy to talk to you more about that.
Moving on, it's clear that hydropower is the leading source of renewable energy here in the United States. The MOU reflects the Biden administration's vision of replacing with other renewables. Hydro is reliable as a baseload generator, and it's really not interchangeable with wind and solar. In 2022, the Bonneville Power Administration commissioned a study by E3 entitled BP Lower Snake River Dams Power Replacement Study. That examined the costs associated with replacing the lower Snake River dams. The study reached a number of significant conclusions, and I quote, even in best case scenario, replacement power would cost several times as much as the lower Snake River dam costs. This is driven by both energy replacement as well as replacement of firm capacity and operational flexibility. The firm capacity value is a significant driver of replacement's cost, end quote. The so-called Murray-Inslee report relied upon for this agreement reached a similar conclusion when it stated, and I quote again, replacing the characteristics of energy provided by hydropower, however, requires energy technologies that must continue to be developed. And so, Mr. Baumann and Secretary Connor, these analyses suggest to me that DOE and BPA believe that given the state of current technology, the energy value of the Snake River dams is for all practical purposes irreplaceable. Is that a fair conclusion? Mr. Baumann?
I wouldn't say that the report says irreplaceable. I think the bottom line, what the report says, which DOE does not disagree with, is it takes a variety of kinds of energy sources to meet sort of any given set of needs for an energy system. And those 4 dams do happen to provide enough value to that system that it's not just an easy, oh, you can replace that one with, batteries and some solar panels, as you're saying. What it says is that you can use sort of existing off-the-shelf emissions-free technology like wind, solar, and current batteries for a big chunk, but then for that last bit,
But not replaceable, yeah.
you need other technologies like hydrogen, something that's going to be that 24/7 dispatchable piece. And right now, those are very expensive and hard to develop.
Secretary Connor?
I wouldn't say irreplaceable either, but they provide valuable baseload and peaking power capabilities of Snake River dams. And so if they were going to be decommissioned, you'd have to replace that power. And I would just say, you know, I formerly ran the Bureau of Reclamation, and in partnership with BPA, back in the 2010s or so, we upgraded the generating capacity of that hydropower unit from 6.6 gigawatts at Grand Coulee to almost 7.7 gigawatts. That's 1,000 megawatts through improvements. So there's investment in hydropower. There's value recognized to hydropower. And if it's going to be replaced, you got to look at those services that it provides.
Thank you. My time has expired.
Gentleman, time's expired. I commend him on his tie choice today. I'll now recognize Mr. Tonko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to today's witnesses for your great service to our nation. Mr. Baumann, I especially want to express my gratitude to you and DOE for all of the hard work being done to implement the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. These historic laws are providing incredibly strong opportunities to grow our economy and transition us into a clean energy future. And it's not enough to merely achieve ambitious clean energy deployment targets. We must also achieve a more just and equitable energy system. So this means enabling everyone to have a fair say in our energy future, especially low-income, disadvantaged, and tribal communities, which have historically not had a role in shaping the decision-making process. The administration's December 14th agreement on the Columbia River Basin stated that under a new program called the Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program, DOE will work with tribes to develop 1 to 3 gigawatts worth of clean energy resources in the region. So we've got our work to do, but it's an impressive agenda. Mr. Baumann, can you explain what that partnership might look like and what will be DOE's role in supporting tribally sponsored clean energy projects?
Thank you, Mr. Tonko, and I think this may help address some of Congresswoman Schreier's questions about the tribal energy as well. The way that partnership looks, and we're working with the tribes and the states right now to help put it together, we plan to work with the tribes both one-on-one and collectively to help them figure out what their goals are for the kinds of energy projects they want to develop. Like any of the communities and states that all of you represent, these projects could bring revenue, they could create jobs, they could lower energy bills for members of the tribe, and so help them shape the exact kinds of projects they want, and then help them get the technical assistance on what it takes to put together a project that can become marketable and can get financed and can actually get to launch. That's really the basics of it.
Thank you. And what are some of the resources, including funding opportunities and technical assistance and capacity building that have been made available under the IIJA and IRA that will support these efforts?
It depends a little bit on exactly what kinds of projects and for what purposes the tribes want to pursue. But we've got technical assistance resources, I'd say primarily out of our Office of Indian Energy Policies and Programs that does this kind of work with tribes all over the country. Is the certainly ground zero and the foundation of our work there. There's also technical assistance available for tribes out of our Grid Deployment Office, which has grid resilience funding that is available for tribes, as well as the Office of State and Community Energy Programs. So expect to draw on all those resources to provide that kind of technical resource. And then because so many of our bigger funding opportunities for projects out of either the IIJA or the IRA are competitive, what we do is we help advise people on what kinds of projects are eligible for which programs, and then help them figure out how to get to the step that they can apply.
Thank you. And broadly speaking, how have these laws provided opportunities to the many communities that have been historically locked out of these new energy opportunities?
I would argue that the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA together are really a new and historic way to look at how to advance energy projects while thinking about community benefits in a whole new way. One of the programs in the bipartisan infrastructure law alone comes to mind. I think we're calling it Renewing America's Schools, and it is resources for schools across the country to invest in energy efficiency, for solar, electric vehicles to get so we don't have idling buses in the parking lots, to improve the quality of life for students and teachers, and to reduce energy bills. The projects that are coming out there, and we had spent a lot of time designing it so that lower income school districts in particular, more isolated rural areas that don't usually even have an energy staffer to help apply for these things would be able to figure out how to do this. And the projects people are applying for would just, I mean, you can't imagine how great they are. I mean, they're just transformative for some of these. You hear about schools that are using a coal boiler that's 120 years old that no one wants to be using right now. They can't even have a reliable source of coal nearby. And it just really is transformative to be able to help a low-income school have the resources to really change their finances and their kids' experience.
Well, I thank you for your efforts, Mr. Baumann, because they are truly transformational. While I'm a big supporter of hydropower, I also appreciate that all clean energy projects must be developed and operated in a sustainable, environmentally sound manner. And I'm certain that some long-lived facilities can do better on this front. I also appreciate that hydropower is not immune from the consequences of climate change. Extreme drought can impact facilities' output. So, Mr. Baumann, are there reliability and resilience benefits to having a more diverse generation mix of zero-emission resources?
Yes, diversity is always the first and great strategy for reliability when it comes to the energy system, because any energy source has its own vulnerabilities. It can go down under its own circumstances, has its own pros and cons. I'd also say you're exactly right that the hydro system is facing new challenges, and different regions of the country look very different in what the changing climate likely means for their hydropower profile. The Pacific Northwest National Lab has not only got some of the leading models and analytics on the Pacific Northwest hydropower system, but also on the impacts of extreme weather on the grid and different energy technologies. So the energy planning process that you hear me describe is partly to help the whole region understand all of that going on with this.
Thank you so much. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I now go to Mr. Weber from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Hairston, how much of the power that Bonneville Power Administration provides is generated from hydroelectricity?
On a firm basis, roughly about 7,000 megawatts, 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts.
Pretty substantial amount.
Yes.
If the Biden administration is successful in their endeavors to remove the dams along the Snake River, what's that going to do to reliability for y'all's customers? Do you have plans?
Well, it will have an impact on reliability. I mean, if you look at the recent cold snap, we were able to call on those units for additional megawatts. They also provide voltage control for the Tri-Cities area, which is an important factor in terms of reliability.
So I was listening to your exchange with Congressman Letta earlier, and you talked about base load versus peak load. Mm-hmm. So can you give us a percentage of how that's going to be, each of those, how that's going to be affected if the dams are shut down?
Well, as an example, during this recent cold snap, we had a sustained 18-hour peak where those dams were able to provide a sustained peak of 1,071 megawatts. The highest one-hour peak during that period of time was 1,137 megawatts. So, we had both a long-term as well as a short peak that those dams were able to meet during that cold snap.
So it's pretty reasonable to suspect that as long as water continues to run downhill, it'll be fairly dependable. I owned an air conditioning company for 35 years. We used to put systems in the attics, and I kept telling my guys, when you run the drain lines, please understand that water doesn't run downhill. That creates real issues in sheetrock. So I'll go to Ms. Mallory, Mr. Connor, and Mr. Baumann. The administration's memorandum of understanding discussed allocating over $1 billion to remove these dams. What would be the additional cost of working with Confederated Tribes to deploy, quote, clean, renewable, socially just energy resources, end quote? We'll start with you, Ms. Mallory.
Thank you for that question. And let's just be clear. Remember, the agreement does not call for the removal of dams. And part of what we're doing over this 10-year period is taking the time to put together the studies about what would be needed. The regional energy needs planning process that Jeremiah was talking about earlier is part of assessing the needs in the area. So no cost of removal have been done because no decision on removal has been made.
Is there no projected cost going forward should that happen?
Not at this point, because that's the point of the analysis. That's the point of this study.
But was that done in an open meeting?
The study?
No, when y'all were having these discussions about this, I think we decided earlier that it was not an open meeting.
I think you said that, but that's not correct. I think what we have said about this process is that the mediation actually, which included the possibility of all of the litigants participating in that, is the mechanism that we use to arrive at what became the ultimate agreement.
Well, obviously, since it's going to affect a whole lot of customers, was there any form, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I don't play one at night, on TV rather, but anyway, was there any form of a public input where they could actually have a comment period?
We created a number of mechanisms to get input from people about the effort that was going on in the Pacific Northwest. But since this process really just launches a future 10-year effort, there will be multiple opportunities in the future when we actually are at the point of decision with information.
When you created that process that you're describing now for people to have input, is that on record? Can we get a copy of that? Was there any, you're talking about public comment, did you get input?
Yes.
Okay, is that public record?
I think we have at this point made available the information that we received through a request for information process and also through an email box that we created.
Can that be accessed online?
I think we have made it available for to people.
How-
And I don't think it can be directly accessed online. I think we have made it publicly available.
How can we determine how to get it?
Well, happy to follow up with you, Congressman.
Okay, but you don't know here today.
How
You don't have that information today.
Today, I can say that I know we have made it publicly available, but I can't tell you where to go.
Okay, well, people tell us where to go all the time, so I appreciate that.
Well, I definitely didn't mean that.
Okay, I got you. So some of that money could have been used, I just wonder if you got comments, because a lot of the fishermen, you talked about Texas Gulf Coast, or fishermen and hunter as well. Was there any thought, you may not know this, any of those comments, that any of this money could be better used to actually make the dams more environmentally fish friendly? Was there any comments about that? You probably don't know that
Yeah,
either.
I can't speak to all of the comments. I don't know. Mike's looking at me like he has something to say.
Let's come over here. You're my next victim.
Mr. Congressman, there's substantial
Come on, Mr.
commitment.
Connor.
There's substantial commitments in the document for the Corps of Engineers to reinvest in the facilities, to improve fish passage, to improve hatchery conditions, to improve a number of factors that will improve the ability to recover those and advance those fisheries.
I'm sorry, I'm way out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Time's expired. I'll now go to the new acting ranking member, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity for us to have this very, very important discussion. And I appreciate the witnesses' expert opinions and information today. First, I'd like to applaud the collective efforts of the federal government, tribes, states, and other stakeholders to reach this historic agreement we're discussing today. This deal not only restores ecosystems and provides stability for communities that depend on the Columbia River system, but also demonstrates the Biden administration's commitment to honoring the United States' obligations to our sovereign nations, tribal nations in America. In past hearings, I have spoken about the importance of bolstering tribal engagements and tribal self-determination, whether that be in the context of new or already existing energy projects. With that in mind, I'd like to discuss the DOE's proposed Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program that was included in the White House's agreement. This dedicated program would connect tribes with the investment opportunities that were contained within the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. Mr. Baumann, can you talk about the proposed PNW Tribal Energy Program and how it will work to connect tribes in the region with these already existing and funded programs?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. The program will work with individual tribes as well as with tribes collectively to just start by establishing sort of what their goals and vision are for the kind of energy projects they want to see, and then provide technical assistance from DOE experts and national lab experts on the kinds of projects they can develop and what it takes to develop a project, essentially, up to and including what it takes to finance a project, both from private sector sources and help them identify what are the different options out there from bipartisan infrastructure law or IRA funds that they could apply to as well.
Thank you. Per the terms of the agreement, the department is working closely with the tribes to create a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, by the end of March of this year.
I hope you can keep me and the rest of the committee informed about the progress of that MOU. Also, it's also my understanding that the Department of Energy will work with tribes to create a portfolio of energy projects which would be eligible for funding by the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program. Can you describe how the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program is going to support the tribal clean energy projects that might be built? And can you talk about how the investments and changes in the Congress made to the program in the IRA are vital in making this program accessible to the tribes?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that question as well. The Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program is a very important program at the Department of Energy, established a number of years ago in our loan programs office. But the way it had been set up with a couple of just the restrictions in the initial legislation meant that it basically had been financing issues, essentially. It had nothing to do with the projects or the applicants, but just the way the loans were working. It didn't quite work. And then some key tweaks were made, as you refer, legislatively. We're very excited to say that program is now open for business and initial projects are moving through the process. To be clear, the program has its own rules and nothing in the agreement says that there's special access or anything like that, but will help tribes understand what it takes to apply to that program. And the loan program office, as it does for all sorts of applicants, also will provide technical assistance to applicants to help them get their project ready to be considered for a loan.
Yeah, that technical assistance is something that's really important, and I hope that we're all proud of that. There are a lot of tribes and smaller communities, small governments in America that would love to access these funds that we've made available to them, but they really do need technical assistance. They don't all have the sophistication necessary to actually get it done and put their applications in. So thank you for reminding us of that. Also, I'd like to, lastly, can you expand on the efforts by the Department of Energy to advance tribal energy sovereignty through this agreement and how these efforts will provide better stability for communities in the region?
Absolutely. I'd say the tribal energy sovereignty is is where it comes in our trust responsibilities and treaty responsibilities as the U.S. government to help the tribes meet their goals is how I think of it. We really look to the tribal leadership as sovereign nations to tell us what sovereignty means to them in the energy area. But there are a lot of benefits that developing their own energy projects can have, whether that's revenue, whether that's jobs, whether it's just higher quality housing and lower energy bills for their members.
Thank you. Honoring our obligations to tribal nations is long overdue, and I commend all of those who are taking part in making sure that this historic agreement actually follows through and respects them as well. My time expiring, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now go to Mr. Balderson from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. My first question is for Mr. Baumann. Sir, NERC's most recent long-term reliability assessment, which was released a day before the White House announced this agreement, shows the Northwest United States faces significant demand growth over the next decade while losing existing generation. According to NERC, demand in the Northwest will grow from a 72 gigawatt peak in 2023 to 84 gigawatt in 2033. At the same time, the region is expected to lose 19 gigawatts of existing generation over the next decade, mostly from reliable, dispatchable resources such as coal and natural gas. My first question, how much generation from the hydropower will be lost if these 4 dams are breached?
Administrator Hairston could probably give you a more precise number, but I want to say the generation is about 1,000 megawatts in a given year, and then ramping capacity closer to 3,000.
Yes, that's correct. Base load roughly around 1,000 megawatts, and it can peak as high as 2,000 megawatts.
Thank you. Can you assure us that the ratepayers in the Pacific Northwest won't see increased electric cost if this settlement moves forward and the dams are breached?
I believe Administrator Hairston testified.
I go with Mr. Hairston again. Sorry, sir.
Sorry.
Mr. Hairston, go ahead.
So as Chair Mallory mentioned before, this agreement does not call for the dams to be breached. That is certainly a congressional act. But hypothetically speaking, if the dams were breached, depending on what the replacement resources were, they most likely would lead to some rate increase.
Okay.
Were you asking about the cost of the agreement or the cost of theoretical dam breach?
theoretical damage, what it would cost the ratepayers.
So theoretical dam breach, you're going to see costs all over the map in terms of different estimates out there. So it really depends on the mix of technologies that end up getting used to provide that 24/7 dispatchable, reliable service. So I'd argue there kind of is, part of the reason that what the main commitment related to dam breach is this study is to understand what the potential costs are.
Okay. Follow up with you also, and Mr. Harrison, you may jump in also if need be. Did you work or seek the opinions or providers of utilities as the administration and the Department of Energy developed this agreement? Did you work with the utilities and everyone?
Yeah, many of the utility associations and individual utilities participated in the mediation.
Okay. All right, perfect. According to Mr. Matheson, who is going to be up next, sir, how are you? The CEO of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, not a single person with responsibility to keep the lights on was in the room when this deal was cut. Those are his words. I would strongly recommend you work with a broader range of stakeholders moving forward because it's important the administration understands the shortcomings of replacing hydropower with wind and solar, especially when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. So I would encourage that place to work with them. Ms. Mallory, good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Honorable, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you say the United States government will undertake or help fund studies to assist in evaluating alternatives to the irrigation services provided by these 4 dams. Can you discuss what these alternatives to the irrigation services provided by the 4 dams would look like?
Thank you, Congressman. I think the point of the studies that we're talking about is to examine that, to examine what would be possible and the cost issues, as Jeremiah pointed out.
Okay. I'm concerned, based on the testimony from witnesses in the second panel, that farms irrigated by the Snake River would be bankrupt by the loss of this irrigation. And I'm worried that simply studying potential alternatives after these dams are breached would be too little, too late. It's important to remember that people's livelihoods and generational farms depend on this irrigation. Chair Mallory, I understand that the settlement hopes to replace generation lost from hydropower with new wind and solar projects. Do you believe variable weather-dependent resources need to be balanced and integrated by flexible dispatchable resources to maintain system reliability?
Yeah, Congressman, I just want to clarify one thing. The studies are occurring before there's even any decision by Congress to breach, so it's not coming afterwards. I think that part of the regional needs assessment planning process is to look fully at the opportunities for what energy would look like in the region, and I think that will be also the information that will be available to Congress should it choose to move forward on this.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Ms. Custer for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start out my questions by clearing a major misconception I've heard from my friends on the other side of the aisle. That they are contending the Biden administration is somehow anti-hydropower. Let's set the record straight. The Biden administration is overseeing a historic effort to invest in our nation's hydropower system. I worked with my Republican colleague in the Senate, Senator Rob Portman, to secure $753 million in the bipartisan infrastructure law to rehabilitate our nation's existing hydropower fleet and retrofit hydropower dams, powered dams with hydropower generation. That's the single largest investment in the nation's private hydropower fleet ever. And I'm proud that the Biden administration is getting that money into the field to increase hydropower generation. Mr. Baumann, I want to quickly run through some yes or no questions, which I think will help reinforce that this is a pro-hydropower administration. My first question, the Department of Energy calls hydropower one of the oldest and largest sources of renewable energy. NOAA Fisheries states that hydropower accounts for approximately half of the nation's renewable-based electricity. If these expert agencies state that hydropower is a renewable technology, then in fact, is hydropower a renewable technology, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
My second question, in publishing the Section 45V production tax credit for hydrogen, The Department of Energy's Greenhouse Gases, Regulated Emissions, and Energy Use in Technologies tool states that hydropower has a life cycle emissions rate of 0 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt of hydropower generated. Hydropower obviously does not utilize combustion as a form of power production. Is hydropower a carbon-free technology?
Yes.
Thank you. My third question, because of hydropower's ability to generate power when the electric system needs it, does hydropower provide dispatchable generation that helps meet the changing demands of our grid?
Depends a little on the hydrological profile of the river it's in, but generally, yes, it does.
Great, thank you. And my fourth and final question, does hydropower's dispatchability help incorporate more renewables onto the energy system?
Yes, it does.
Great. Thank you so much. As these answers show, the administration and Congress can agree hydropower is a critical energy resource. Switching gears here to Assistant Secretary Connor. As you know, the national labs estimate that retrofitting non-powered core dams with hydropower generation could unlock 8 gigawatts of clean, reliable power generation. That's enough to power more than 5 million homes. One of the major barriers to retrofitting non-powered Army Corps dams is the Army Corps Section 408 review process, which unfortunately varies across 24 Army Corps districts. I was proud to secure Section 8123 in the 2022 WRDA, Water Resources Development Act bill, signed into law by President Biden in December of 2022. That section directs the Corps to develop a, quote, efficient, consistent, and coordinated process across Army Corps districts for reviewing 408 applications to retrofit non-powered dams with hydropower. At our September 2023 hearing, I asked Acting Director Thomas P. Smith about this provision, and regretfully, I received a non-answer. In response to a question for the record, the Corps sent my office a memo from November 2023, which extends the status quo until it is superseded by rulemaking, ultimately ignoring Congress's directive to create a consistent process for reviewing applications to retrofit non-powered dams. So more than a year after Congress passed and the President signed the WRDA provision into the law, the Army Corps has yet to act. So my question to you today, Assistant Secretary Connor, pursuant to Section 8123 of WRDA, can you commit to release a consistent, coordinated process for Corps districts to review 408 applications to retrofit non-powered dams with hydropower generation in the next 6 months?
Thank you for the question. I can certainly commit that we are moving forward with a 408 rulemaking process. That's within DOD right now before it goes. I need to go back and check and see how we've addressed the specific provision you raised in WRDA in that rulemaking. And certainly we are moving through the process. Unfortunately, rulemakings take time, but we are committed to that, absolutely.
And can we get that done in 6 months? Because we've already waited a year, and that was Congress's clear intent.
There is no way, unless the rulemaking process went through me only, that I would get that rulemaking done in 6 months, but we will try and move it forward as quickly as possible. It's been on our agenda. It is a priority action. Unfortunately, it's got to go through the rulemaking process.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Joe Lay's time's expired. I'll go to Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this effort to remove dams for producing hydropower, what would you use to replace it? Do you not understand the question?
Who is that question directed at?
I'll direct it to, I was directing it to all of it. Mr. Hairston, you're welcome to respond to that.
Yes. So if the dams were breached, we would have to evaluate what would be the correct mix of resources to replace the dams with. But, you know, given the landscape today, it could be a mix.
What's your timeline for reaching the dams?
There is no timeline.
So it could be 3 years, 5 years, 25 years? I mean, and the reason I ask this is I worked for 2 international engineering companies. I worked in environmental systems, refuse to energy, And you're not just going to start taking out sources for hydropower, and particularly in the state of Washington, that's 70% of their power, and think you're going to replace it in just a short time. I mean, just the permitting issues involved, I don't see how you're going to do this at all. And particularly when hydropower is one of the cleanest sources of power that you can get, unless you're planning to replace it with nuclear, and then again, we get into the permitting issues. So I think this discussion about breaching dams and how it impacts people has enormous consequences. And I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they want to go to 100% renewable. I just want to remind people that there's a consequence for that. In the UK, for instance, since 2008, the British have tried to lead Europe in going to renewables, but it has resulted in it's hammered their economy. They have the lowest economic growth since 1780. I'll remind you that's the year before Yorktown in the American Revolution. It's resulted in energy poverty that has resulted just last winter in what was a relatively mild winter in Europe. Over 13,000, almost 14,000 British citizens died because they couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. 68,000 died in Europe because they couldn't afford their household utility bills and still afford their medicine and food. So we come into these hearings and see things being pushed by the Biden administration that really, as someone who's worked in engineering, I just have to think, what are they thinking? Because you're not going to replace years and years of experience in producing power overnight. We're talking decades to get some of this done. And I just wonder, have you thought through this?
Congressman, can I just jump in here? Because I think it's important to emphasize the point that we have made no decision about breaching the dams. The agreement does not do that. That is not something that we have in front of us. We are creating the path for study.
It's not a matter of the decision you've made. It's a matter of whether or not you are in reality understanding what it takes to produce power. And my guess is you don't.
I think part of the analysis that will go on over the next 10 years, which is what this agreement allows for, will look at what the energy needs are and what's realistic and what's practical.
Well, I can tell you that we don't want to get in a situation like the UK's gotten into where people are dying needlessly, people with the respiratory issues, cardiovascular issues, like they are in the UK, like they have in Europe. That's not acceptable. We don't want to see the incredible harm that this will inflict upon our economy. And I've got news for you. As pointed out in a previous hearing, China's building a coal-fired power plant, about one a week, but they're not just building them in China. I'll let my friend, Mr. Armstrong, comment on that when his time comes up to ask questions. But again, there's practical realities that is involved in this. And I hope that all of you are cognizant enough of the ramifications of what you're looking into would have on people and on our country, and as the rest of the world is trying to evolve out of energy poverty, they're not going to adopt the programs that this administration is pushing forward. That, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Seeing no other members on the minority side, I'll now go to Mr. Armstrong for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Mr. Pfluger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Chair, thanks for hosting this this hearing. I'll start with Mr. Baumann and ask just a very simple question about whether hydropower plays an important role in the energy mix, and get your overall thoughts on that mixture.
Yeah, it does. It's the foundation of many parts of the country's economy. So it's just its very existence and the amount of power it provides is important, but it also provides important services that other energy sources don't necessarily provide right now.
Is it your belief that the Department of Energy supports hydropower?
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Mallory, the Biden administration has made their commitment to climate change abundantly clear. And if dams are removed from the Snake River, their significant clean energy production will be replaced by alternatives and by sources that the Biden administration is actively trying to kill. How is the administration going to reconcile this?
Thank you, Congressman. I think, as I've said, the regional needs assessment that is planned as part of this effort is where the agencies and the experts will be looking at what the mix is, what's possible, and what would be a practicable step forward if Congress decides that it wants to pursue dam breach.
Talk to me about what that mix looks like. And can you also explain who has the authority when it comes to removal?
Yes, as I've said, the authority to determine that dams will be removed is Congress's. And so the point of this effort that we're going through is to try to gather the information that would be useful not only to those in the regions who've been focused on this issue, but also to Congress if that point comes.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of having this hearing, is that Congress has that authority.
Correct.
And what we want to establish here is a baseline of, we hear this word, all of the above, but how about best of the above and the impact? And in this particular case, there's an amazing source of energy right at our fingertips that is in fact renewable and is working. My next question for you, and that's why we want to have this hearing, but my next question, Ms. Mallory, is while the administration has made commitments through an MOU to prepare to breach 4 of the dams, can you clarify can you clarify what that process would look like on the removal and why this is such an issue when it comes to not wanting to keep these in place and maintain them?
Thank you. As I said, we have not made a decision about removing the dams. That is not what the commitments do. And I think importantly, one of the things about these dams, which have obviously been of great benefit to the region, is that it hasn't come without some consequences. And it is as a result of the tribal responsibilities and obligations that we have under the treaties that this conversation has been pursued. It hasn't come without consequences to the salmon. So we're trying to get to a place to address all of these issues at the same time and looking at the potential implications overall for the region.
What are the implications in the production of electricity if these dams are removed?
I mean, again, I think that's what the regional needs assessment is for. And so you've heard a little bit from the hypothetical.
According to you, your thoughts.
I'm not an expert on energy. The folks who are experts are sitting next to me, and that's why we set up the process so that there would be an assessment done by experts.
Is it your assessment that the administration believes in a best of the above approach when it comes to the generation and the production of electricity?
I think energy, as I think Jeremiah has already talked about, is a complex a matter that, depending on the place and the type of energy, you may have a different results.
Yeah, it is a complex matter, and yet it's very simple. When you have the ability to produce, especially from something like hydropower, that should be used, and in every case, the benefit to the public, the benefit to those that are living there should be considered. And I think that's why we're so worried here on this committee, because we have resources and the administration has just taken steps to tell us that we're not going to be able to export LNG and continue to grow that sector when the president explicitly made a promise to our European allies that we would produce additional LNG and we would export that. It ties into this situation here. So I'll let anybody from the energy sector answer. Does the administration support a best of the above approach?
I believe the administration supports a clean energy approach. So we'll look at all opportunities to advance that.
Not best of the above.
I don't know what the mix is. It's a combination of renewables, batteries, carbon sequestration. I don't know. We're concerned about climate change, absolutely, and limiting emissions. That's
I think
absolutely
it's clear
true
that the
statement.
priorities are backwards in a lot of cases. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Armstrong passed over to Mr. Pfluger, and now I recognize Armstrong, who instructed me to recognize the chairwoman of the committee. Ms. Rogers, recognized 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Mallory, you began your testimony stating that there's 13 salmon runs that were listed as endangered in the 90s. Behind me is a graphic showing the 5 runs listed as crisis in Washington State. Only one passes through the lower Snake River dams. Ms. Coit, if only one of these runs pass through the lower Snake River dams, then does NOAA determine How does NOAA determine that the lower Snake River dams are the main source of the problem for these 5 runs that are in crisis?
Thank you for that question. I think what we're saying is the lower Snake River dams are part of the factors that put salmon at risk, not that they are the one thing. So it's a suite of actions that put salmon at risk, not just the dams. And certainly, we've been working with the Army Corps to improve the hydropower system so that it does a better job with passage in both directions. And that is part of this agreement as well.
Thank you. So if you look up and down the West Coast, you know, there's rivers that don't have any dams. The Fraser River in British Columbia don't have any dams on the Fraser River, and yet they have similar salmon declines. So if we're seeing similar salmon declines up and down the West Coast, is it possible, Ms. Coit, that the main issue impacting the success of salmon are not the dams, but predation, pollution, habitat loss, and ocean conditions?
All of those things affect salmon during their life cycle, for sure, including the dams. And we've seen, like with the Elba Dam, when you take out dams, that salmon will return to places that they haven't been because of the impediments.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight that the Snake River Fall Chinook Run is approaching goal. The Snake River Basin Steelhead making progress. There's 4 other runs, 2 in Puget Sound, that are in crisis. I've yet to see a plan to address those runs. Has NOAA, under the Biden administration, changed their position with respect to the lower Snake River dams?
I'm not sure what you mean by changing the position. I think what NOAA concluded was,
if I may clarify that.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. NOAA issued a report, Rebuilding Interior Columbia Basin Salmon and Steelhead Report. Earlier, that is the report that CEQ has used in negotiating these terms and conditions. So the question is, based upon that report, did the Biden administration change its position with respect to the lower Snake River dams?
No, I think NOAA in our report says that the best science indicates that among a number of centerpiece actions, considering breaching those dams would provide a better outcome for fish.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think the agreement doesn't speak to that specifically, the memorandum of agreement.
Prior to this report, had NOAA ever issued any report advocating for the breaching of the 4 lower Snake River dams?
I don't want to say anything inaccurate, so I would like to double check, but I don't believe so.
So then you did change your position. If you hadn't ever in the past, if NOAA had not issued a report advocating for the breaching of the 4 lower Snake River dams, then NOAA changed its position.
Well, I think what we did was take a look at a regional consensus around a report that was provided to us that we endorsed. And then we looked at those, as I said, those goals are different from the Endangered Species Act goals. And then the report that we put together looked at what would provide the best suite of actions that would provide the best chance of meeting those higher level goals, the healthy and harvestable goals.
Well, bottom line, it sounds to me like NOAA changed their position. Chair Mallory, can you tell me how many tribes are in Washington State?
Actually, Congresswoman, I can't.
How many tribes were, well, there's 29. How many tribes were included in this agreement?
So the litigation parties that were related to this agreement included 4 specific tribes.
So 4 out of 29. Chair Mallory, do you believe that removing the Snake River dams will guarantee our salmon runs are restored?
I was going to say, as we discussed, I believe that the information that we have on the Snake River dams is based on what NOAA has told us and on what it represents, I think, the scientific view of.
Ignoring predation, pollution, habitat loss, ocean conditions. And for those who are saying this is going to provide certainty, it's certainty for 5 years, with the possibility of another 5 years. There's still more work to be done. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Mr. Fulcher for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be here today, the panelists for being here. This is for Ms. Mallory, and I have a few questions about the September 22 report titled Rebuilding the Interior Columbia Basin and Salmon Steelhead, and just for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to refer to that as the September 22 rebuilding report, okay?
Yes.
So, CEQ was involved with coordinating between federal agencies, tribal government and members, state governments and nonprofits to compile information that was used in that September 22 rebuilding report. Is that correct?
I think by the time the report was prepared, our involvement was simply in helping to coordinate the release of the report.
Okay, so you were involved with the coordination of that. CEQ
Of the
is also-
release.
So you didn't have anything to do with the compilation?
Correct.
Okay,
Did not.
so CEQ was involved in drafting the September
False.
22 rebuilding?
Was not.
You were not involved with any?
Not involved in the drafting.
Okay, put that on the record. Thank you for that. As part of the drafting process, officials from CEQ reviewed drafts of the September 22 rebuilding report. Is that right?
That's probably correct.
Okay, so as part of the drafting process, you reviewed that, but you weren't involved with the drafting process.
No, we were
right?
not. I think we were reviewing it to make sure that the two reports that actually came out pretty close to one another, the energy report and the NOAA rebuilding report, were done, came out at the right time together.
Okay, all right. So CEQ coordinated and worked with NOAA and NOAA Fisheries during the process to develop the draft of the September 22 building report. Is that right?
I mean, again, it depends on what you're trying to say. We knew that there was a
You
NOAA draft
you
being
either
created.
worked with NOAA or you didn't on
We
it.
worked with NOAA, but we
Okay,
did not get involved in
That's-
the science.
That's fair. You worked with NOAA on it.
Well,
All the work that CEQ did with NOAA and NOAA Fisheries on the September 22 report, can you just describe that?
Again, I think at that point, we had already started the interagency process that was focused on how we were all going to work together around this issue. And so we knew they were doing a report because they said that there was a gap in the information, and we were coordinating how the release of this information would be made public.
Okay. To what extent did CEQ task or coordinate the agencies when it came to obtaining information on the process for the 2022 rebuilding report and CEQ's involvement? To what extent did CEQ task or coordinate the agencies when it came to obtaining information on the process for the 2022 rebuilding report?
So we were operating in an interagency process at that point, and I think if what your question is making sure that the agencies were providing NOAA with information, yes, I think we were involved in that.
Was any of that coordination connected to considering the option of dismantling, breaching, or otherwise undermining operational control of the lower Snake River dams?
I actually am not close enough to the coordination to try to speak to that, but so I'm going to stop there. I was
Ms.
not
Mallory,
involved.
just by these responses, it's very clear to me, you're posturing that CEQ was some objective counselor is just disingenuous.
Congressman, I don't think I'm posturing that we're an objective
That's
counselor.
exactly
What
how
I'm
you're
posturing
that's
is that
exactly
we are
how you're posturing it.
in the
And
White
that's-
House
it's a
representing the
disingenuous
president's
response.
agenda. That's what we're doing. We're
Okay, well, let me-
advancing
let
the
me-
president's
let's
agenda.
speak about that for a second. On your website, it says CEQ was created in 1969 by the National Environmental Policy Act, which advises the president and develops policies on climate change, environmental justice, federal sustainability, public lands, and so on and so on. Ms. Mallory, in 1969, global warming hadn't even been invented yet, much less climate change or environmental justice, okay? And so this has turned into a progressive rallying cry that's still in search of a definition. Clearly, the mission of CEQ has changed. okay? Because this wasn't what it was in 1969. And so right now, I believe, and I think your response is substantiated, your mission has been included to promote the breaching of the lower four Snake River dams.
Thank you,
And
Congressman.
I, for one, in terms of Congress, I'm not going to stand for it.
I would say on that.
Those dams provide hydro, transportation on barging, irrigation, flood control, and recreation. The removal or breaching or bypassing would decimate the economy of the Pacific Northwest. We're not going to stand for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now go to Mr. Owenhoty. Mr. Sarbanes is back, so Mr. Sarbanes recognized 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all being here today. Obviously, a very complex set of issues when we look at these competing interests. And the Columbia River Basin Challenge gives us an opportunity to do that deep dive. At these hydroelectric dams all across the country, we've got to achieve that balance. The importance of these sites, renewable hydropower generation, is undeniable, but oftentimes there's environmental impacts, as we've discussed today, from their operations. In Maryland, I'm very focused, as I represent the state, on the Conowingo Dam, which sits on the Susquehanna River. It provides half of the fresh water that reaches the Chesapeake Bay. It's a non-federal hydroelectric dam that generates around half of the renewable energy in our state, but has also been subject to years of litigation related to how its operation impacts upstream and downstream ecosystems. Assistant Administrator Coit, could you just talk, and I know you've done some of this already today, but about how we approach the need to balance, on the one hand, our energy needs and other things with the environmental perspective that we need to bring to bear. Are you hopeful about how we're starting to get our arms around that, and certainly what the federal perspective on that can bring to bear?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. Yes, our job at NOAA Fisheries in regards to any listed marine and anadromous fisheries or species, excuse me, is to work on with action agencies or developers or permittees on the mitigation that's required to make sure that we avoid jeopardizing a listed species. And so I think the work that we're doing now to promote clean energy is being done, consistent with the Endangered Species Act and the Fish and Wildlife Coordination Act, and looking carefully at how to avoid and minimize and mitigate impacts to species in the marine environment, in the riverine, and other environments.
I mean, as a general matter, what I think happens when we bring more of the environmental considerations into play here is that we just take a lens that may have been narrowed and we start to broaden it out, and we bring other considerations to bear. When you look at the Columbia River Basin Challenge, even if you leave aside the question of what's going to happen with removal or not in terms of the dams, I imagine these investments that we're seeing, for example, the $300 million committed from Bonneville and so forth, are ones that are going to benefit those fish populations regardless, correct?
Yes, we're making a lot of investments in improving habitat that will result in healthier, more resilient fish that will do better in an impaired or a manipulated system or a natural system.
And I hope to see that perspective being brought to bear with respect to the Conowingo Dam, which is right now blocking American shad and river herring from migrating upstream to spawning grounds, and generally in other states where dam operations can impede fish migration. And I'm glad the federal government is stepping in. I want to give the government credit for that. And Chair Mallory, in the time that remains, maybe just talk about how important it is for CEQ to take the convening role, the kind of cross-agency convening role when it comes to this balance that we're trying to achieve.
Thank you so much, Congressman. I think the key point about CEQ's responsibilities is that we are there to serve the president on the issues of the time. And so the issues of the time right now very much are this interrelationship between climate change and what it's doing to our natural resources and what it means for our tribal responsibilities. And so what we have tried to do on complex issues like this is to make sure that the federal family is all at least coming together and participating with one another around some of these issues, which are very hard and which result in, require us to kind of look at each of the individual missions as we're trying to find a path forward. So I think in this case, the interagency process has been really critical to bringing us all along and to arriving at a place where we're representing the president's goals.
Thanks very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize Mr. Obernolte for 5 minutes, and I request, would you gentlemen yield for 30 seconds?
Certainly, sir.
Thanks, gentlemen. Ms. Mallory, was the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, involved in the decision-making of removing these dams?
There's been no decision to remove dams, and they are not part of our interagency process because it's an independent agency.
There's long-term implications there. They should have been. They're involved on the front end of approving electric projects, reliability, energy cost, but they weren't involved in removing dams that could ultimately affect energy prices for people in Washington State and the Pacific Northwest.
We are not removing dams. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Mallory, thank you for being here today. In addition to my role on the Energy and Commerce Committee, I serve as the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technologies Subcommittee on Investigations and Oversight. Our subcommittee over the last 10 months has been conducting an investigation into a proposed rule that would require U.S. government contractors to submit reports of their greenhouse gas emissions and to a third-party foreign entity that would then set emissions reductions targets for those companies. We've been concerned with the role that CEQ played in selecting this foreign company called SBTI, specifically the fact that CEQ and SBTI appear to have a very close relationship, that SBTI was selected in a non-merit-based process in a sole source contract, and the fact that quasi-regulatory authority is being delegated to a foreign entity here. We have invited you on multiple occasions to testify at hearings that we've held on this issue, and unfortunately, you have not made yourself available, so I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask some of my questions today. On 4 different occasions, your staff met with subcommittee staff and stated unequivocally that CEQ had no role in the rulemaking process past the initial drafting of the rule, and no role in the selection of SBTI. And your deputy, Andrew Mayock, who testified before our subcommittee hearing, said the same thing on the record. However, subsequent document production from CEQ make it unambiguously clear that that is not correct. Last month, Ranking Member Fushi of my subcommittee and Congresswoman Lofgren, the ranking member of the full Science, Space, and Technology Committee, sent you a letter demanding that you correct the record on this issue. And let me point out that when an agency has succeeded in upsetting members of a subcommittee on both sides of the aisle, it's an indication that the process has been badly mishandled. When do you intend to correct the record on this issue?
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate that. And I think we are actually in the process, as I indicated in a letter back to the ranking members, looking at specifically the issues that arose in this situation. I think we obviously believe that there's been some miscommunication, and that is a miscommunication that I'm trying to understand better. We're looking specifically at the questions raised in the letter that went to the relationship between an employee and these entities. And I think we had already determined at a career staff level that there was not a conflict of interest. But the issues of appearance are things that I'm looking at right now. So I'm working on that. We'll hear back shortly.
All right. Well, I mean, my concern is that it seems like your agency made a material misrepresentation on the record to my subcommittee, and I would like to request that you correct the record on that, since it seems very clear that that correction is warranted.
Thank you, Congressman. As I said, we're looking into that. I think we do not believe we made a material misrepresentation, but we are definitely looking at that.
Well, I mean, members on both sides of the aisle of my committee and our committee staff believe that you did. I'd like to read you something that your office put out in response to our investigative memo. You said, the committee's incendiary allegations regarding the motivation of the rulemaking are unfounded and represent an attempt to distract from the administration's historic work to build a climate-resilient, clean energy future. To be clear, we were not conducting a hearing on whether or not the plan to require companies to set emissions reductions targets was proper. We were investigating what we perceived to be an improper relationship between CEQ and SBTI and the role that CEQ played in selecting SBTI for this. How is what was in our investigation memo unfounded? Because that's the assertion that you made in your statement.
Thank you, Congressman. As I said, we are in the midst of our own investigation right now. I do not want to speak specifically to this issue. I think our sense, based on my reading of it as well, is there was some misunderstanding both on our role and on the facts of the circumstance, because in part you only released information about a narrow set of stakeholders who were involved when we did a broad review of stakeholders who had a role in this particular kind of matter.
All right, well, I see that I'm out of time. I'd like to invite you to appear before another hearing of the subcommittee to discuss this further, to present CEQ's side of the issue. If there are documents that are exculpatory, I'd invite you to share them with us and with the public. Is that something that you will consent to do, to appear before the subcommittee?
Congressman, I appreciate the invitation. We'll certainly circle back. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take that as a maybe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chairman yields back. That'll conclude the first panel. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. We're going to stand in recess pending call. The chair gives staff time to replace the name tags, and then we'll convene the second panel upon the gavel. Stand in recess. All right, if we could ask everyone to start taking your seats and getting organized here, we're going to start in just a second. All right, we'll call the subcommittee back to order, and I want to thank our witnesses on the second panel today, and I'll recognize them. Again, you'll have 5 minutes. There are lights in front of you, green, yellow, red. Gets to red, just wrap it up. We'll try to keep on time. Our witnesses today, Mr. Jeremy Takala, member of the Yakama Nations Tribal Council. Yakama, right? Yakama. I've been on that Yakima River fishing, so I should have known that. Honorable Jim Matheson, welcome back, CEO of National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, former member, and we're glad you're here. Mr. Casey, Ms. Casey Chumrau, CEO of Washington Grain Commission, and Mr. Neil Maunu, Executive Director of Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. This may be the most complicated name group that we've ever had here, but we'll struggle through it. But thank you guys for being here. I'll now recognize Mr. Takala for 5 minutes, give an opening statement.
Thank you. So good morning. Good afternoon, Chairman Duncan, ranking members, DGAD, and distinguished committee members. My name is Pakanasha, and I'm known as Chairman Takala. Today, on behalf of the Confederate Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation, in my capacity as the current chair for the Yakama Nation Tribal Council's Fish and Wildlife Committee. The Yakama Nation is deeply concerned that congressional representatives are hearing a one-sided story fueled by fear and misinformation about the Biden administration's December 14th agreement and what it means for the people of the Pacific Northwest. Some have called the agreement a backroom deal written by a radical environmental special interest group and rubber-stamped by the Biden administration. I was on the Yakama Nation's negotiations team, and I can tell you that this is simply untrue. Others worry that the cost of implementing the agreement will fall on BPA and its ratepayers and significantly increase electric bills in their communities. But BPA's own analysis indicates that the agreement will have little to no rate impacts. When misinformation is the point where opponents of the agreement are telling you that massive dams are actually good for fish passage and cold water, it is time to take a step back. As a signatory to the agreement, the Yakama Nation is happy to testify today and help set the record straight. This agreement is a historic opportunity to help save our salmon and secure a just and prosperous future for everyone in the Columbia Basin. First, for clarity, the Yakama Nation is not a radical environmental special interest group. The Yakama Nation is a sovereign native nation comprised of the confederated peoples of 14 historic tribes and bands from the Columbia Plateau. Our inherent sovereign rights and privileges are recognized and guaranteed by the treaty we signed with the U.S. in 1855. Since time immemorial, the strength of our Yakama Nation and its people have come from the Inchiwana, the Big River, or the Columbia River, and its tributaries, and from the fish, game, roots, and berries nourished by their waters. Today, we have one of the largest and most sophisticated fisheries management and restoration programs in the nation. But we also own and operate our own Yakama Power, which delivers electricity to more than 3,000 customers on the Yakama Reservation and is the only tribal electric utility with membership in the Regional Public Power Council. This agreement was not developed by environmental special interest groups. The commitments are a direct response to the comprehensive Columbia Basin Restoration Initiative advanced to the administration by the following: the Yakama Nation, the Umatilla, Warm Springs, and the Nez Perce tribes, and the states of Washington and Oregon. Each leader of the 6 sovereigns that brokered this deal with the U.S. government are elected government leaders and accountable to their constituents, which have interest in both improved salmon returns and affordable electricity. The initiative was developed because we all understand that rapidly changing economic, energy, and climate conditions in the Northwest and the dire status of Columbia Basin fisheries require a comprehensive and urgent plan of action to respond in inevitable changes and meet regional needs during the coming decades. Healthy and abundant runs of salmon and steelhead would not just benefit Indian people, but the larger population as well. Thousands of jobs in the sports fishing and even commercial industry will lost with diminished salmon runs. Those jobs and the millions of dollars in income and even taxes would return with a healthy fishery, and those economic benefits need to be factored into this discussion. A federal mediation process aimed at resolving decades of litigation over the operation of federal hydro system led to this agreement. This process, like all mediation, was confidential. The Biden administration has shown an unprecedented and long overdue level of federal commitments to saving Columbia Basin salmon and in upholding tribal treaty rights, but the cost of implementing the December 14th agreement will not be borne by the region's ratepayers. This agreement brings the whole of the U.S. government's commitment to salmon restoration on par with BPA's long-standing obligations, which have generally not been met. Applying BPA's preliminary rate analysis, the potential monthly rate increase for an average residential customer would be about 24 cents if their power came 100% from BPA, which is not typical. Only 24 cents, and there would be no increased cost for customers of investor-owned utilities like those serving the cities of Yakima, Spokane, which do not buy firm power from BPA. For example, the Washington customers of Avista, Pacific Power, Puget Sound Energy would have zero risk of rate increase from December 14th agreement. In closing, the successful implementation of December 14th agreement is vitally important. Columbia Basin salmon are in a crisis, and the courtroom cannot deliver the creative and comprehensive solutions that we need. And our history has shown that salmon cannot survive under the status quo. Putting the questions of breach aside, there are millions of dollars in shovel-ready identified hatchery, habitat restoration plans, and deferred maintenance of fish passage facilities pending before agencies now that need to be undertaken. We must restore Columbia Basin fisheries to healthy and abundant levels. The economic and ecological health of our region requires it, and my people's tribal treaty rights demand it. As the U.S. Supreme Court recently affirmed, treaty fishing rights include the right to actually catch fish, not just to dip our nets in empty waters without salmon. I thank you today, and thank you for your time, members.
All right, gentlemen, time's expired. I'll now recognize the Honorable Mr. Matheson for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Subcommittee Chair Duncan and Ranking Member DeGette. It's good to be before the committee today to testify. My name is Jim Matheson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, or NRECA. I'm testifying today on behalf of America's 900 not-for-profit, community-owned electric cooperatives, but most importantly, I'm here representing the 55 co-ops in the 8 western states that get hydropower from the Bonneville Power Administration system. Look, this ill-conceived Lower Snake River Dam settlement agreement we're here to discuss, it was brokered in secret without contributions from electric utilities. As a result, and not surprisingly, it does threaten electric reliability. It also violates in a fundamental way the trust communities in the Northwest put in the federal government. And my written testimony provides a thorough set of comments on why the settlement agreement is bad policy and that it was developed through a bad process. I'll highlight 5 concerns in my oral comments today. Number one, the settlement agreement threatens access to 3,000 megawatts of nameplate capacity of carbon-free, reliable, and affordable power in the Pacific Northwest and the broader Western interconnection, at a time when, in fact, our whole nation and this part of the country needs more electricity, not less. The 4 lower Snake River dams we're discussing today are part of a vital hydropower system, makes up roughly 80% of BPA's generation capacity, and it's been said a lot, but this system really is the backbone of the economy of the Pacific Northwest. Number two, the 4 lower Snake River dams are particularly valuable as a flexible, controllable carbon-free resource, able to be ramped up or down with precision to integrate intermittent renewables and make those renewables all the more valuable, and to account for changing demands on the system, and to provide reliability to keep the lights on. And this is not just theoretical. The critical value of these dams is demonstrated earlier this month when a record cold snap hit the Northwest. Demand for electricity set new records. As demand went up, the wind stopped blowing. Wind production across the BPA system dropped from January 11th till January 13th by 94% as the cold intensified. Hydropower filled the gap, increasing output by roughly 50% during the same period, keeping the lights on and furnaces and space heaters running during the extreme cold event when electricity was needed most. Wind simply didn't perform, and the dams did perform. Number three, if anyone's making the argument the agreement doesn't specifically call for breaching the dams, let's look at the implications of the agreement. I stipulate it's up to Congress to vote on breaching the dams. So the dams may not be physically breached by the agreement, but the mandated spill and flow agreements chip away at the economic viability of the dams with the goal of making them uneconomic to operate. There are 22 times by my count in this settlement agreement where the word breaching is mentioned. There are 25 times in this agreement where replacement power is referenced. Why are we talking about replacement power unless it assumes the dams are going to be breached? So I get the first panel up here talking about, oh, we can't do this, Congress has to do this. They know Congress has to do it. But this settlement effort is a way to force Congress's hand and put Congress in a position where breaching is more likely. That's the fact in what this agreement says. Number four, the intermittency of renewables creates inescapable challenges for the electric grid, and they cannot replace the always available lower Snake River Dam hydropower. Simply put, the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine 24 hours a day. Hydropower is a dispatchable resource, meaning it can be adjusted to meet demand. It's ever ready as a source of baseload power. Wind and solar, on the other hand, are unpredictable. Now, look, that doesn't mean they don't have value. Electric cooperatives strongly support renewable energy, but it must fit correctly into a reliable, diversified electric generation mix. Wind and solar simply don't work as direct one-to-one replacements for hydropower. 1 megawatt of solar is not the same as 1 megawatt of hydro. 2 megawatts of solar isn't the same as 1 megawatt of hydro. Even 3 isn't. Number five, important stakeholders were in fact left out of the important stages of the settlement agreement. Sure, everyone's involved at the front end for some listening sessions, and people were asked to provide some comments. And then when the real conversations happened over the last several months, they were shut out of that process. The people whose job is to keep the lights on were kept in the dark. And unfortunately, that's the future of the Pacific Northwest if this settlement agreement moves ahead and these dams are breached. And I think the settlement process sets a dangerous precedent of exclusion. CEQ, the federal mediation team, the individuals they're given the privilege to negotiate, they shouldn't be proud of this settlement. It undermines trust in the federal government. It will invariably lead to more litigation, and it's going to harm electric reliability. Meeting future energy needs requires thoughtful solutions and an approach that is inclusive of all energy resources to maintain reliability and affordability. The Lower Snake River Dam settlement does not strike this balance. NRECA and the nation's electric cooperatives look forward to working with this committee and others in Congress to address our concerns. I look forward to answering any questions.
I thank the gentleman, and I'll go to Ms. Chumrau for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Rogers, Chairman Duncan, Ranking Members Pallone and Dingell. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today on this important issue. My name is Casey Chumrau, and I'm the CEO of the Washington Grain Commission. Grain growers in the Pacific Northwest rely on the Columbia Snake River system and the Lower Snake River dams in particular for their livelihoods. The Columbia Snake River system is the top wheat export gateway in the nation, with more than 55% of all U.S. wheat exports moving through the PNW by barge or rail. Specifically, 10% of wheat that is exported from the United States passes through the 4 locks and dams along the Lower Snake River. This is especially important for our state because Washington is the fourth, sometimes the third, largest wheat producer in the nation and exports 90% of the wheat produced in the state. In addition, the agriculture industry, the Columbia Snake River system is the second largest gateway for soybean and corn exports coming from as far as the Midwest and serving an important channel to bring crop inputs upriver to farmers in the region. Washington's agriculture industry and its ability to produce and export products globally is critical to the state and region's economy. The total value of wheat exported through the PNW is nearly $4 billion per year. For Washington, the state is among the top 20 states for agricultural exports in the nation, with over $8 billion in Washington-grown or processed food and agricultural exports in 2022. A significant volume of food and agriculture products from other states, including soybeans, wheat, and corn, are exported through regional ports each year. Once these pass-through exports are combined with Washington-grown or processed exports, the total value reaches over $23 billion. The Washington wheat industry alone contributed over $3.1 billion to the state's economy in 2022, with a heightened impact in rural areas. In the same year, total direct employment associated with Washington wheat production amounted to more than 3,600 jobs. Indirect and induced employment amounted to 11,000 additional jobs. The impact that Washington farmers have on their local and regional economy is similar in communities across the U.S. In addition to direct sales from farm goods and commodities, farmers contribute to the economy and support other rural businesses through purchases of farm business inputs, everything from seed and fertilizer to business services. Additionally, the personal purchases of both farmers and their employees help to stimulate local economies and keep small businesses running. Over the last 70 years, growers and their federal government partners at USDA have invested billions of dollars and countless hours in building strong relationships with our overseas trading partners. The U.S. wheat industry differentiates itself by providing high-quality wheat and reliable delivery. The United States is a reliable trading partner in large part because of our world-class multimodal infrastructure, which allows us to ship products safely and efficiently around the world. Any disruption to that system would hurt our ability to consistently provide abundant, high-quality food products and weaken the competitiveness of U.S. producers in global markets. There is insufficient infrastructure to replace the barge shipments of grain along the Columbia Snake River system to export markets. Additionally, farmers in Washington rely on the dams as a critical source of irrigation. Not only is irrigation a critical tool for farmers in low rainfall zones, but it also has environmental benefits both on and off the farm. Many high-value specialty crops across the region utilize the advanced irrigation systems currently in place. We strongly believe that dams and salmon can and do coexist. With a myriad of challenges facing the salmon population, we are committed to building upon current investments and technological advances. Currently, the lower Snake River dams have world-class fish passage and juvenile survival rates upwards of 95%. We believe any work moving forward should build off the fish passage systems instead of eliminating them. The opportunities to ensure salmon populations continue to grow do not have to come at the cost of destroying the integrity of the Columbia Snake River system and the ability for farmers to produce a safe and abundant food supply. The importance of the river system for the agriculture industry, and particularly for grain growers in Washington, cannot be overstated. I look forward to discussing the importance of the 4 lower Snake River dams with you today. Thank you very much.
Young lady yields back. I now go to Mr. Maunu for 5 minutes.
Chairwoman Rogers, Chairman Duncan, Ranking Member DeGette, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Neil Maunu. I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Northwest Waterways Association. PNWA is a trade association that advocates for federal policies and funding supporting regional economic development. We represent over 150 ports, public utilities, farmers, tug and barge companies, marine terminals, cruise lines, and public agencies. A subset of PNWA membership, the Inland Ports and Navigation Group, has been a defendant intervener in the decades-long litigation surrounding salmon and the Lower Snake River dams. Considering breaching dams on the Lower Snake River blatantly ignores the dramatic environmental and economic costs that would result, with far-reaching negative impacts to the transportation system and to our nation. Our region enjoys the benefits of a robust transportation network and supply chain with multiple modes, rail, truck, and barge, all working together, affording shippers options, fair rates, redundancy, and resiliency. Just 2 weeks ago, as was mentioned, the entire Pacific Northwest was in a deep freeze. Temperatures plummeted, energy demand spiked to record levels, and road and rail networks ground to a halt. But the river system remained open. Despite winds in excess of 100 miles per hour and sub-zero temperatures, crews continued moving freight up and down the river system. The navigable channel on the Columbia Snake River system is called Marine Highway 84, or M84. This publicly owned maritime transportation network transports 55% of U.S. wheat exports, making it the nation's #1 wheat gateway to the world. Over 33 million tons of grain are exported to customers overseas from this system. M84 is a highway. It's infrastructure. Its purpose is no different than the main highway, I-84, that runs adjacent to it, or the 2 mainline rail tracks that straddle either side of it. But one significant disparity does exist. Highways and rail in the Columbia River Gorge cannot be expanded. Constructing more lanes or more rail is physically not possible. However, the river system, with existing infrastructure, stands ready today to double its capacity. We must maintain this infrastructure, not shrink it. Last February, DOT released its blueprint for transportation decarbonization. It notes that maritime transportation, including river barging, has the lowest emissions per ton mile for freight. The blueprint calls for actions before 2030 to, quote, provide incentives to support greater use of efficient travel modes and vehicles. Given that maritime movement of freight is the most environmentally efficient mode of transportation, we fail to understand how the removal of the 4 lower Snake River dams could be consistent with this blueprint. Dramatic increases in greenhouse gas emissions will result by switching from barge to truck and rail if the lower Snake River dams are removed. At a time when Washington State and the administration are looking to decarbonize, this plan fails to consider the negative impacts an increase in truck and rail emissions would have. It's 5 million gallons more per year of fuel consumption and millions of tons of excess emissions. This is going in the wrong direction. Additionally, the lower Snake River dams serve as a pivotal conduit for substantial portions of our nation's agricultural commodities, moving large volumes of U.S. goods to international markets. In 2022, the total commodity value of goods and cargo handled on the Columbia Snake River system, import and export, was over $27 billion, a testament to the economic importance and impact this waterway has on the United States. Should those dams be breached, a chain reaction begins with elevated transportation costs due to the need for wheat and other goods to be transported on more expensive truck and rail systems. This shift will lead to increased costs for producers and consumers nationwide. It is estimated that the loss of barging would increase national grain shipping costs by $60 million per year. The cost increase for transportation could likely bankrupt over 7,600 farms unless U.S. farm subsidies to our region increase to over $1.7 billion over 30 years. Bankrupt farms and decreased land values means a decrease in the local tax base, dramatically reducing basic services like education and public safety in a region with many already living at or below the poverty level. This would be devastating. For all these reasons, removal of the lower Snake River dams is not just a regional issue, but a national issue with global consequences. PNWA urges strong support for evaluating all strategies to improve fish habitat and increase returns of native fish. The impact of declining ocean conditions, as was mentioned, on salmon and steelhead populations has yet to be fully studied. Multiple runs of salmon from Alaska to Northern California have dwindled dramatically in recent years on river systems without locks or dams. PNWA strongly supports and will continue to advocate for efficient, reliable, and environmentally sustainable waterways. We want to see salmon and steelhead populations thrive in concert with climate-friendly river navigation and waterborne commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm looking forward to your questions.
I thank all the panelists for your testimony. We'll now move into the question and answer section of this second panel. Mr. Matheson, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Matheson, were your member utilities in the room for these secret negotiations to dismantle the Snake River dams?
Not when the negotiations mattered. Look at the front end, there were some listening sessions, I get it, and taking information, but for the final several months, no. It was reduced to 4 tribes and 2 states. Altogether, there's 8 states served by BPA, by the way. So I'm talking about electric utilities, not here representing states, but there were 6 states that weren't in the room, nor were electric utilities.
You're concerned that the co-ops won't have access to reliable power going forward?
I'm here to talk about reliability, and I think in an area where there is growing demand for electricity, data centers, we're electrifying the economy with electric vehicles, with heat pumps. We need more electricity in this country, including the Pacific Northwest. Removing a always available, dispatchable resource of the value of the lower Snake River dams would be a big mistake.
So as a former member, I ask you this question I asked earlier. Why wasn't FERC in the room?
I can't answer for why people weren't or were not invited. I think that FERC has a level of expertise that's helpful in terms of understanding system grid reliability in this country.
Have you ever seen anything like this, such a small group of people making decisions that impact an economy in a region like this?
Well, this is a big one. This is a big impact because it's such a significant part of this economy. So it's, as I said, this is not a new issue. And everyone on both sides that I've mentioned, this is a complicated issue. I stipulate to that. And I think that there's room for a lot of conversation. But this is not the way to make this decision, to put us on a path where, in my opinion, as I said in my opening statement, it may not say breaching because Congress has to do it, but it's pushing everything in the direction of putting Congress in a position to do it by devaluing these assets.
Yeah. Does the intermittency of renewables concern you and baseload generation?
I think that renewables can be part of a portfolio, but they do not have the capacity of what these lower Snake River dams do in terms of always being available, being able to ramp up and down 24/7. And my example from 2 weeks ago illustrates that.
Yeah, you said something in your opening. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, it's in your written statement. The intermittency of renewables creates inescapable challenges for the electric grid, and they cannot replace always available LSRD hydropower. To your point,
right.
Important stakeholders were left out of negotiations, which sets dangerous precedent. Not a single person with the responsibility to keep the lights on was in the room when this deal was cut. So thank you for that. That's in his written testimony. I'll turn to Mr. Maunu. Pacific Northwest relies on inland ports to move grain and other products to market. What would happen to the region if the Biden administration removes the lower Snake River dams?
Those businesses, farmers, companies that I mentioned in my testimony would simply go out of business. It'd be devastating to communities surrounding the region and beyond.
Is it feasible to put that much cargo, grain and whatnot on trucks and trains?
It's not physically possible.
I would say the carbon footprint of those trucks and trains is a heck of a lot more than what's being produced, almost zero at the hydroelectric project.
Yes, sir. And one 4-barge tow, one tugboat moving 4 barges is the equivalent of about 538 truckloads of cargo moving up and down through the Columbia River Gorge scenic area.
What's going to happen to commodity prices?
Skyrocket.
They're going to skyrocket. Ms. Chumrau, were farmers part of the secret negotiations with CEQ?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. Our organization was not involved. I think Mr. Maunu can talk a little bit more about that, but we were not involved in the few instances that we did have the opportunity through the listening sessions. We did take part in that, but they were far and few between.
I would say family farms are a big part of Washington State and other Pacific Northwest farming community. What's going to happen to the family farms?
Absolutely. In fact, 96% of our farms are family farms, and these are the people that are going to be affected the most. They do not get to set their prices, and any change to our transportation system would directly affect them.
Yeah. I want to thank y'all's comments, and thank you for your comments and perspective. This is the Energy Subcommittee. I'm focused on energy. I'm concerned about reliability, affordability in years forward. I'm concerned about the intermittency of renewables. We like renewables. I don't know anyone on our side of the aisle that doesn't. There ought to be a part of the mix. There are going to be a part of the mix, but we know what provides that 24/7, 365 baseload power generation. Hydroelectric projects provide a significant portion of that nationwide, but definitely in the Pacific Northwest. So with that, I will yield back and recognize Ms. Dingell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the chairman keeps talking about this secret negotiation, and I'm just getting more and more confused. So, Mr. Takala, I'm hoping you can talk to me about some of this. Chair Mallory said that every party involved in the various litigations on the Columbia River Basin was invited to participate in the mediation process. Is that right?
Yeah, so we came together organically, during this mediation process because, we wanted to make sure that we faced the facts instead of, beating this issue over and over. I mean, tribes have been impacted since the first hydro system was put into place. And so, I know change is very difficult, but, it's about time we of course, engage with our regional sovereigns and stakeholders. And the thing that comes to mind is the work that we do with our actual farmers and the Yakima Basin Integrated Partnership Program. And that's something I think that we should mirror in this discussion, and look forward to having those conversations.
Okay, but was there in fact a secret negotiation like the Republicans keep saying?
No.
Can you describe the process a little bit?
The process over the timeline, we had different meetings with different individuals, and, the tribes that were involved, again, was the Nez Perce, Warm Springs, and Umatilla in Washington and Oregon. And so, it was more of just developing and looking at the facts, as I mentioned. So there was no secret negotiations. It was a mediation.
Right, and everybody was invited to participate.
Yes.
Right? Now, the other thing that, with the last panel, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle kept talking about was the extremist environmental groups that were involved in this negotiation. I don't know if they were referring to the Yakima Nation, but I'm wondering if you consider the Yakima Nation to be an extremist environmental group.
To answer your question,
That's
no,
the tribes.
We're not a radical environmentalist. We're a sovereign tribal nation that has been impacted by, the impacts of hydro systems and other issues since, the beginning of, settlers. And so we want to make sure that everyone hears loud and clear that, Yakima Nation has ceded over 10 million acres of land. We've seen historic fish runs drop dramatically, 13 species now that are on the endangered species list. We're talking about 18 million plus fish to, while we're nowhere near like 1 million, 2 million, that's it.
Okay. Now, to be clear, when you were negotiating the agreement with the U.S. government and the other 6 sovereigns, what was your goal?
Our goal was to look at healthy and abundant levels of salmon and steelhead species to make sure that we have the opportunity to have, for instance, my children to have the opportunity to fish for salmon as we have always done since the beginning of time. We have ceremonies that utilize salmon and steelhead throughout the seasonal rounds. This is a part of our way of our life. It has always been. Our vision is to make sure that this way of life continues. And again, it's not only benefit in the tribal nations, it's benefit in the whole region, including, I heard the question earlier of how many tribes are in Washington State. Well, according to some of the tribes that fish out on the coast, they also benefit from this. Everyone benefits from the health and benefits.
So in your testimony, you talked about the cooperative work that your nation has done in the Yakima River Basin with other groups that have been at odds with each other. This wasn't like a thing where everybody came in agreement. Can you talk a minute about how your nation's trying to get a collaborative approach to solving the issues in the river basin?
So the Yakima Nation has been involved with the Yakima Basin Integrated Partnership. We actually have the ag or the farmers advocating for the fish and vice versa, us advocating for the water needs of the farmers. We have a list of projects that are ongoing, including the Cle Elum Fish Passage, where with this coming year, we will be up there and inviting many of folks here, including some of our, representatives in our district and those that had a helping hand in that. So this is including stakeholders, farmers, county commissioners, the list goes on. And so this was an important time for Yakima Nation to turn that page and again, to mirror what we're having this discussion about today. I mean, the changes here, we have to really think about where we are going forward in the future for the next generation of, and then also keeping a balance of what is needed for salmon and also for the ag, transportation. We always talk about all those different needs.
And are you guys concerned about energy needs too?
Are we, excuse me?
Concerned about the energy needs also?
Yes. We have a Yakima power utility within our own reservation that is growing. They're all tribal members. We work well with the community. We envision some, possible projects that we want to be a part of that movement. I think it's important that the tribes have that opportunity as well as we see the different energy projects that are going on nationwide. Washington State is being hit with, Governor Inslee's, green energy proposals, but we want to make sure that we do this in a responsible manner. So we'll not have direct impacts on our natural resources or our fisheries.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I now go to Mr. Weber for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. Mr. Matheson, in your written testimony, you highlighted the role that hydropower played in the cold snap in the Northwest earlier this month. I was reading through, I didn't get to be here when y'all started. I had to be on another conference call. You are the CEO of National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. And there's over 900 rural associations, I think,
That's correct, yes.
Part of that group. How long have you been there?
I've been there for 7.5 years as CEO.
Just long enough to figure out what you're doing if you're like in
I'd like to think
Congress.
so.
No, I understand. Have you ever seen anything like what's going on with these dams in your time as CEO there?
Well, this is a unique situation in terms of it's a resource that's critically important in a specific region of the country, and it's where federal policy is talking about a specific resource in one spot. So in that sense, it's pretty unusual.
Did you know about any of this when it got started?
No. No, I know about there were conversations going on. Look, this has been in litigation for 20 years, as the first panel said. These are not new issues, right?
Right.
And at the front end, there were some listening sessions on trying to look at this, but when it came time, I hate the word secret because I know people are making a big deal about that, but when it came time to negotiate the deal, there were 6 parties other than the federal government in the room. That was it. Okay? So this is what happened during the last several months before it was announced in December.
Did your invitation get lost in the mail?
We submitted comments. We never got a response to our comments. After we heard about this on December 14th, we wrote the administration directly along with the American Public Power Association, raising concerns. We've heard no response to that either.
Okay. Well, you also said about hydropower playing a good role in the cold snap earlier this month. Wind generation dropped 94%, while hydropower increased to fill that gap. The chairman said it, we like renewables, pardon me, and I've coined a phrase of late that says, you know what, renewables are good, we like renewables. Renewables can play a supporting role in this movie. It cannot be the leading actor role. And so I think you would agree with us that reliable generation in this instance would come more from hydropower than it would from wind, from those renewables. Would you agree?
You need a portfolio that includes adequate dispatchable, and dispatchable means always available, resources to support all the intermittent components that are wind and solar in a system. And they can work together really well, by the way, but you gotta have that dispatchable energy to make it really reliable all the time.
On demand, as one of the sayings goes. So understanding that wind and solar alone won't be enough to replace the electricity production that the dams provide, do you think natural gas, coal, or other dispatchable resources would have to, in fact, be built?
If you want to maintain the level of dispatchable resource, you either need to look, if you're not going to have hydro, you're going to look at what are the other dispatchable resources? Nuclear, coal, and gas, right? And any combination of those could possibly be a solution. But you want to talk about ratepayer impact. This mediation settlement doesn't talk about what the cost of the new replacement power would be in terms of ratepayer impact. You start adding those new resources if you can get them permitted.
Yeah, well, I was just going there. Get off my brain, will you?
But that applies to even if the settlement agreement anticipates up to 3 gigawatts of renewable energy being added. That doesn't come for free, and that's not easy to permit either, by the way. So we have to have, this is complicated stuff, and there are a lot of variables here, but let's have a legitimate conversation about what it takes to get from point A to point B. But the value of keeping the lights on is why I'm here today, because that's what my members are all about.
Well, keeping the lights on at a reasonable rate. Yeah. We don't want to lose that part, too. So your time as a member of Congress, you were here how long?
14 years.
14 years. Gosh, you were a slow learner. So I shouldn't say that I'm messing with you. And then 7.5 years as CEO, so that's 21.5 years, basically. So I think you have a unique perspective. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and yield back. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to my friend, Mr. Tonko, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Takala, I asked this of Mr. Baumann from the Department of Energy during the first panel, but I'm hoping to get your perspective as well. The December 14th agreement included a commitment that DOE and tribes would work together to develop tribally sponsored clean energy projects. Can you tell us what you think of the potential for this Pacific Northwest Tribal Energy Program?
Thank you for the question. So I think it's an opportunity, again, as I mentioned earlier, that this gives us an opportunity to be a part of the energy movement. Again, I think more important, we see the impacts on some of these energy projects that have come in, like specifically, hydro systems and whatnot. But, I think the tribes incorporating, ecological or traditional knowledge, we can show not only the region, but the nation that the tribes can lead these projects in a responsible manner, again, where they will not have direct impact on any of our natural resources, or if not minimal. We talk about climate change, we live in Eastern Washington, we see a decrease of precipitation going on. And so, these are actual real issues where we have ESA-listed species that are being impacted by projects that need, water. Even what the current green energy projects that a few have mentioned earlier. I think we have to be innovative and not just focus on solar, battery, or wind. There's other energy projects that we have to be mindful of.
Thank you. And how is it a departure from how energy projects have historically been developed in the region? How is this approach a departure from how energy projects have historically been developed in the region?
Well, so for Yakima Nation, we, again, and I'm going to reiterate this again, but, I think it's time for Yakima Nation, we're all about turning the page and doing things differently. If we continue to do things as usual, we will see the extinction of salmon species. So I understand the needs from the panel today and earlier talking about, keeping a balance. We have transportation, the navigation, and then we also have the increase or demand for power needs. But we also want to keep in mind that our salmon have been declining since the first hydro system came to play. There's numerous amount of hydro systems on the Columbia River Basin, so we need to take a step and look at how can we have minimal impacts, to our salmon species when they're returning or migrating out to the ocean. We have seen issues during the summertime where landlocked sturgeon and returning sockeye have been dying off because the system is pretty much warm water pools. The past decade, we have 3 or 4 times of doing a little salmon vigil because why these species are not returning to their spawning grounds or hatcheries. And so it's time for us to do things differently rather than doing business as usual. We can't be scared. We can't be led by fear. We have to do things differently and have a partnership and work together, just like I said, with the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan.
Thank you. Well, I believe tribes have been actively working to develop a proposal for meeting the region's energy needs for some time. The Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, which the Yakima Nation is a part of, published a report, as we know, in 2022 entitled Energy Vision for the Columbia River Basin. I think many of the recommendations in that report are common sense. For example, the report suggests improving energy efficiency by investing in weatherization of low-income homes, utilizing demand response programs to reduce peak demand, and deploying new utility-scale battery storage projects. So, Mr. Matheson, Congressman Matheson, an honor to serve with you, do you think your members would generally support some of those recommendations like low-income efficiency programs and developing cost-effective storage programs?
Absolutely, and the co-ops, because they're smaller in size, sometimes that's an advantage because they have the ability to embrace new innovation in a really adept way because they're more nimble because of their size. It's a big part of what we do across the country.
Good, thank you. And thankfully, there are many federal resources and tax incentives available under the IIJA and IRA for states, tribes, and utilities, including not-for-profit cooperatives, to pursue those given strategies. So, Mr. Takala, can you outline for us your energy vision for the region, and are you hopeful that the commitments included in the December 14th agreement can help in achieving that vision?
Yes, for Yakima Nation, I probably could say, speaking for Warm Springs, Umatilla, and Nez Perce, we do feel like the commitments in the agreement does do that for the tribes. I mentioned, some of the things that Yakima Power, Yakima Nation, the vision that we have in coordination, like you mentioned, the Crickfic Energy Vision. We have Nez Perce, I know they're doing the battery storage. You have Umatilla doing solar, and you have Warm Springs also doing solar. So I think the message here for folks is that, although, we have concerns about maybe energy siting or the type of energy projects there are, we want to be clear that tribes are for energy projects, but it has to be done in a responsible manner. So we know there's going to see an increase in population in the region. We know we're going to see an increase for power needs. And so therefore, we have to be readily thinking about how we are going to make these changes in a responsible way, but also keeping the fact that we need to keep a balance for the salmon needs as well, because there's demands for water. We all know that for the ag. Yakima Nation also operates a Yakima Nation Farms that we just purchased 2 years ago. So,
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Jim, time's expired. They have called votes. We're going to try to get 2 more members' questions and then recess, and we will have to come back for other members. I'll go to Mr. Guthrie for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, we have 2 hearings going on in this committee, so I've been in the other committee, so I apologize. But Mr. Matheson, Congressman Matheson, good to see you again. Good to see you. In my district, there's 197 dams, and only 1 provides hydropower. And it seems like we're missing out on an opportunity. And just my question, what percentage of your members, what percentage of power generated by your members is hydro? And do you think what we're talking about with the Snake River disincentivizes investment in hydropower?
Well, it's the question for my membership. A lot of our members participate where we're buying hydro from resources that are in the power market agencies like BPA, like TVA. So we don't own that specifically ourselves, but our members rely on hydropower for roughly 15 to 20% of all the power we sell to our members comes from hydro.
Your members don't necessarily generate, is what you're saying.
That's right, because a lot of these are in federal power market agencies.
Right, okay. Thank you. So another thing with navigable, I talked earlier with the Corps of Engineers and about navigable waterways, and the Green River isn't, but others are. So Ms. Chumrau, is that correctly, Chumrau? I know I have, Kentucky has a lot of soybean and corn and grain producers, and we use the Ohio River, we use the Mississippi River quite a bit for production and for movement, transportation. And so can you walk us through how the changes being discussed today on the Snake River and Columbia River Basin might affect American agriculture in your region and how it will impact food security nationally?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. And you're right. There are many commodities around the country that rely on our inland waterways. Specifically in the Pacific Northwest, we have over 10% of all U.S. wheat exports going through our river system, and we're the #1 gateway for wheat. But we are also the #2 gateway for soy and corn. So we do see a lot of those commodities moving from the Midwest out into through our ports. So as you can imagine, that is a really significant portion of our exports out of the United States and supports our prices, supports our farmers and our rural economies. And I think one thing that would be important to point out is we don't want to set a precedent for other regions like yours or through the Mississippi River, through the Great Lakes, where we start looking at taking out any of our critical infrastructure that really does support our rural economies.
Well, thank you. So my next question was, what precedent do you think we're setting? And you were visionary, so I appreciate that answer my question. So I know we got tight time, so I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll go to Ms. Schreier for 5 minutes. Dr. Schreier for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Councilmember Takala, it is great to see you here in the other Washington. And I first want to commend your great collaboration with the diverse stakeholders in the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan, in that many groups with diverging opinions, strongly diverging opinions, all came together with the common goal of allocating increasingly scarce water resources to ensure that there's enough for fish, for farmers, and for the rest of us. And it was a pleasure to work with you on that, and I think it's a model that we can build off of and learn from, particularly in this dispute. I wanted to ask you about the Tribal Energy Program. The details have yet to be sorted out, but I wanted to ask what the Yakima Nation envisions as the finished product or the result of the program. We do need baseload and dispatchable nature that comes with hydropower, as you've heard, and that's one of the key reasons that utilities and power groups are concerned. So as you think about this, and you just actually answered the question that you were thinking about something beyond solar, wind, and battery storage, I was wondering if you could speak in a little bit more detail to the non-greenhouse gas emitting energy sources that the Yakima Nation's considering, and whether that even includes advance nuclear?
Thank you for the question. So I just want to mention first and foremost too, like I know some of the questions were similar, but Yakima Nation, we want to be sure we're not left left out of this energy movement. We very much want to be a part of it. Thank you for acknowledging the YBIP. I'm sure that you've known that we've had, return of salmon and other anadromous species into the area, and also making sure that we have water storage capabilities for our ag and farmers. So, but for Yakima Power, we're still growing our program. As I mentioned earlier, we serve 3,000 and growing customers. We've actually looked at, Klickitat County or Klickitat PED and taken over some of their customers within, the Track D area of Mount Adams. We're also looking at, solar over the canal project where we'd pressurize the water, basically taking out lateral canal systems and setting solar panels across them, which there's benefits for pressurizing, cooler water temperatures. You're not facing evaporation, and you're also not having any pesticides coming into the water when it was released back into the Yakima River. So this is a part of the envision that we're seeking at Yakima Power. We're also looking at dry storage, like a dry pump storage project that the Yakima Nation has identified within our own reservation. And so these are only just two parts, Yakima Power has come a long way since its first operated and served its first customers. So again, I want to be clear that, we're looking at all energy project opportunities, not just strictly wind and solar. As mentioned, I know it's not producing, 7 days, 365 days a year.
Only because I have another question. Thank you for considering those other. Maybe we can talk in more detail later. I have a question for the Washington Green Commission. And Ms. Chumrau, thank you for being here today. Your organization is not alone in raising concerns that this agreement did not have enough feedback from transportation and agricultural interests. An economic and logistical overhaul of this size will need a collaborative partnership, as we just talked about. Under this MOU, the agreement includes $750,000 in funding to study what other transportation infrastructure could provide to the region. Can you talk about what sort of collaboration you would like to see from the administration and what optimal engagement would look like for you as we move forward, if we move forward?
Yes, thank you for the question, and I'd like to start by thanking you for your support of Washington Agriculture and for the letter to help us get some of these answers to the questions we all have. As I mentioned earlier, the infrastructure does not exist now to replace the barging that takes place in the Lower Snake River dams. There is no rail between Lewiston, Idaho, and the Tri-Cities, Washington. So we would very much like to engage from the administration, talk about our challenges, talk about the realities of the economics of changing to some other type of transportation, because it is much more costly and also less carbon friendly to switch to any other type of infrastructure, and it would be very costly to put all of that into place.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention to this very nuanced issue. Thank you to both of you, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. I will say you'll probably run into these reservoirs taken out to surface water withdrawal limitations on river based on downstream flows, based on the amount of agriculture in Washington State. I'll now recognize the gentlelady from Washington, the chair of the full committee, Chair Rogers, for 5 minutes.
As we heard in the first panel, CEQ and the United States government have entered into this secret agreement with 2 states, 4 tribes, and environmental nonprofit organizations. It's clear the Biden administration is prioritizing their wishes over those of the people in the Pacific Northwest. And it's not how government was designed to work, setting public policy through a secret negotiated agreement, and rather than through the people and the people's representatives. Mr. Takala, I understand you or members of your tribe were involved in these negotiations, but many stakeholders and river users were cut out. Earlier today, Ms. Mallory said in her testimony that the administration has not taken a position on breaching the Lower Snake River dams. Yet when the agreement was released, some of the tribal leaders that signed the MOU stated the agreement, quote, lays out a pathway to breaching. That concerns me deeply. Mr. Matheson, Ms. Chumrau, and Mr. Maunu, do you feel like the negotiations process was inclusive and you and the stakeholders you represent had an opportunity to be heard? And I'll start with Mr. Matheson.
Again, having some listening sessions at the front end doesn't count. When the real discussions were going on and the negotiations to develop a settlement, that's when we were not part of the conversation. It was a handful of people in the room. As I said earlier, no one from the power sector. Only 2 of the 8 states that are represented with BPA areas were in the room. So no, most people were shut out of the room.
Thank you. Chumrau.
Thank you, Congresswoman. The word navigation is not even listed in the commitments document, so from our perspective, we certainly do not feel like our needs were heard or that we were invited to share those solutions.
Thank you. Mr. Maunu.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I've been chomping at the bit to answer this question, so I'll be brief and to the point. I think Congresswoman Dingell said it well just recently when she was speaking with the tribal member here, in that she said, when you were negotiating with it, when you and the 6 sovereigns were negotiating with the U.S. government, and that tells it all. There were 6 people at the table. Our membership, IPNG, PNWA, other intervener defendants were involved in the mediation process in the beginning, but shortly after a real mediation, it dissolved into private caucuses. Those private caucuses are confidential and not to be shared with any other parties. So if you can imagine, a year or so ago, everything stopped, the mediation stopped, it divulged into private caucuses, and those conversations, those negotiations were what laid the groundwork and the framework for this MOU. We and our members were not involved.
Thank you. Ms. Chumrau, it's clear the agreement was written with little or no input from agriculture stakeholders. How would breaching the dams impact agriculture in the Pacific Northwest, the country, and internationally?
Thank you, Congresswoman. In the Pacific Northwest specifically, we export 80% of all of our wheat production, and those lower Snake River dams carry 10% of all U.S. wheat exports. Obviously, we depend on them very much to get our products to market. Across the country, we export 55% of all U.S. wheat out of the Pacific Northwest, and the ability to put the 10% on barging opens up capacity for the other commodities to come through our region from the Midwest.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Maunu, how would breaching the dams impact transportation and supply chain security in the region? This is considered a marine highway.
It is, Congresswoman. Thank you. We were talking about grain and wheat farmers and shippers being price takers, not price makers. So when you affect the price of bushel and transportation costs, that would increase from rail and trucking, which, as we discussed, is not physically possible. So the short answer, it's not possible physically, but those rates would go up dramatically. And if I'm a shipper, even if I'm in Montana or whatever, I'm going to be affected.
Thank you. Mr. Matheson, NRECA and the American Public Power sent a letter to Secretary Granholm stating, quote, if this agreement is ratified, it would jeopardize electric reliability, increase costs for millions of Americans throughout the Pacific Northwest. Some independent studies even say replacing the lost firm power from the dams could cost as much as $77 billion with public power rates increasing as much as 18%. The White House is arguing the agreement keeps energy affordable. It doesn't sound like that to me. Sounds like there's a big deception underway. As a customer of BPA, Mr. Matheson, what's your perspective on the impact on rates?
Yeah, look, they're saying it doesn't affect a big impact on rates because it's not including the cost of the replacement power. If you want to build replacement power when you breach these dams, which I don't think you can do and have the same comparable resource, by the way, you're going to spend a lot of money and it will have a big impact on rates.
Thank
and
you,
by
everyone.
the way, we never got an answer to that letter that we
Oh,
sent.
yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. This is critical infrastructure. Critical infrastructure. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I yield back.
Joan Lee yields back. So we are going to stand in recess. Members to go vote. There are 2 votes. One's going on now. We'll come back as soon as possible, ask witnesses, have a comfort break, do whatever you need, and we'll be back pending call of the chair. We're going to ask witnesses to go ahead and take your seats. All right, I'll call the subcommittee back into order, and thank you for your patience on that. We'll now go to Mr. Latta for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for our panel for being with us on the second panel. You know, as I mentioned in the with the first panel, the need for probably more power. So I'd just like to start with our former member of this committee, Mr. Matheson. Great to have you back. You know, we need energy sources that are dependable and cheap to American consumers, and hydropower has proven to be a clean and effective source 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In your opinion, by removing several dams, isn't it counterintuitive to the administration's goal of a renewable energy policy by 2030?
Yeah, it's counterintuitive on a couple of levels. One is for that policy. If this administration wants to reduce carbon emissions and embrace zero carbon technology, why would you take out an existing resource? Particularly in this case, one that has the controls technology where it's very valuable for ramping up and down and following load. These lower Snake River dams are as good as it gets in terms of having a valuable carbon-free resource. So it's hard to imagine why we'd want to tear them out.
Well, you know, one of the questions I've asked all of our witnesses have been coming before our panel here, or the committee. Do we need more power or less power in the future?
We definitely need more power. The International Energy Agency just issued a report last week showing about 2% growth over the next several years in the United States. Look, data centers are using more and more power as we digitize the economy. AI is going to use even more data center power. Electric vehicles, heat pumps, and economic growth in general. We're using more electricity in this country. And by the way, that's a good thing in terms of economic growth. But we're going to need more generation to make that happen.
Well, you know, I'm very fortunate in my district that I probably have the most number of electric co-ops in the state of Ohio. And when I go out to my co-ops, I always like to ask, you know, what they're seeing out there. And they're all saying the same thing, is that they need more power generation. And, you know, the fear is if we're taking our stations offline, we're going to be in trouble in the future to be able to meet those needs. So it's absolutely essential that we have that. So, and again, I appreciate you being back before us in committee. Yeah. Good to see you. Mr. Chumrau, you know, Mr. Maunu, if I could ask, I represent Ms. Chumrau, excuse me. I represent about the largest farm income producing district in the state of Ohio, and I also have about 86,000 manufacturing jobs. But on the agricultural side, you know, we need a lot of power out there for what we do. And so, you know, I'd like to ask, especially what happens with transportation needs, because again, I worry about, you know, the bottom line for farmers out there. And our farmers out there are in a situation that, you know, a lot of times that they're right at the margin, and so you put more costs on them in transportation, what that's going to do. And the second question would be for both of you, in my last minute and 38 seconds, is what's that going to do to the consumer, not just for the producer, but also the consumer, if we don't have this transportation that we have to have?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. You're right, the transportation costs are something that are a real concern for our farmers. As you mentioned, the farmers are price takers, not price makers. So anything that is going to reduce their bottom line is something that we are very concerned about, and obviously has ripple effects throughout the economy. And in terms of, forgot the second part of the question, I'm sorry.
Well, for the consumer, because you've got
yes.
for the consumer then.
And of course, those costs are going to be passed along to the consumer as well. So we do expect that there would be some kind of impact to food prices.
Thank you.
And thanks, Congressman. If I could just add briefly to that, you know, there have been some initial studies done, PNWA did some, where it's estimated that the cost per bushel could increase 20 to 40 cents just on the transportation side. So if you could move that some other manner other than barging, that cost would go up in a global market where we're not the only ones growing soft white wheat, that's not going to work, and those farmers are going to go out of business. And we've had the studies that we've submitted to prove that.
Well, I appreciate that because, again, as I said, that when I look at my district and you look around the state of Ohio and the country, production costs keep going up. And all of a sudden, if you're adding more to that, that's going to hurt not only the producer, but also the consumer then. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, and I yield back.
Joe yields back. I now go to Ms. Lesko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the Biden administration keeps saying they want to reduce emissions, yet they want to close down hydroelectric dams that have zero emissions. This makes absolutely no sense to me at all. You know, in the previous panel, in panel number 1, the White House Council on Environmental Quality chairwoman, Ms. Mallory, seemed to get really upset when we claimed that they were closing down dams. She kept saying, "We're not closing down dams, we're not closing down dams." Any one of you, do you really believe that that's not their goal?
I'll jump in. We mentioned earlier that the amount of times that dam breaching was mentioned in this commitments document. It's treated in the entire document as a foregone conclusion. And then I would just point to the plaintiffs and the sovereigns publicly talking about and discussing this very clear, excitable for them path to dam breaching. I think that speaks for itself.
I do too, and I think it's clear when we have the Sierra Club. This is what they said about this agreement, and I quote, "The Biden administration today announced its intention to move forward with the removal of 4 controversial dams on Washington's lower Snake River." Now, if the Sierra Club says that, I think that's the goal, is to close the dams. Mr. Takala, I appreciate you coming here today, and I just have something I want to share with you about what has happened in Arizona. And by the way, Arizona buys hydroelectric energy from the Northwest, and then we trade it back when we produce more of it. So we need more electricity in the summer, and we can export it to the Northwest in our winter. But Mr. Takala, I know you're trying to do what is right for your Yakama Nation. I want to share with you a similar good intention deal that happened in my state of Arizona. The Navajo Nation was home to the Navajo Generating Station. It was a 2.25 gigawatt coal-fired power plant located in the Navajo Nation. This plant provided electrical power to customers in Arizona, Nevada, and California. It also provided the power for pumping Colorado River water for the Central Arizona Project, which brings water to the Phoenix area. The plant and mine annually paid out about $100 million in direct wages and $50 million in leases and royalties. The Navajo Generating Station had 538 employees. The 1,786 acres for the plant site was leased from the Navajo Nation. The coal mine that supplied the Navajo Generating Station was on Hopi land, and it supplied 85% of the Hopi tribe revenue. The power plant and mine had enormous economic benefit for both the Navajo and the Hopi. Things were prosperous for both tribes. Then the Sierra Club and the federal government came to town. The Sierra Club promised the world by saying that they would replace the 538 great-paying jobs with new jobs in clean power. To date, the Navajo Nation has not replaced any of these jobs. They did put up some small power, solar power, but those tax benefits were quickly taken by Wall Street bankers. Also, Arizona needs the power from the Navajo Generating Station provided for grid reliability. Today, many Navajos heat their homes with raw coal. The Sierra Club didn't seem to care about that. The jobs and economic strength of the tribes have never come back. I feel a sense of deja vu with this situation. I just warn you that I would be aware when radical environmentalists use tribal nations for the radical agenda. I think you deserve better. I know that you believe you're doing what's best for your nation, but I just want to share with you what happened in Arizona, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now go to a gentleman from the Crossroads of America, Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Duncan and Ranking Member DeGette, for holding this hearing, and thank you for the witnesses for being here. I'll make kind of comments and then get into a couple questions. Decisions of this administration to shut down reliable hydropower plants in Pacific Northwest demonstrates failure to consider the economic harm in the region and across the country, all the way to the Indiana 6th District. Beyond the removal of reliable baseload electricity to surrounding communities, these actions could have ripple effects across the country for trade, our farmers, and set a dangerous precedent of executive authority. As the Crossroads of America, Indiana knows very well the complex nature of supply chains across our nation's interstate commerce system. Along the southern edge of Indiana, the Ohio River contributes $30 billion annually to the Hoosier State and 150,000 jobs. Shipping along the Ohio River by barge is an efficient option for our agriculture industry and represents important economic development for the surrounding communities. And as a retired trucker, it's the safest way to move any product. If we didn't have this access to transportation, our rail and trucking companies would be overwhelmed and unable to maintain reliable delivery of goods. Excuse me. For the Pacific Northwest, eliminating the option of shipping by barge could have real tangible impacts on markets for our agriculture products. Because of the interconnected nature of interstate commerce routes, restrictions to transportation in the Pacific Northwest could congest availability of other modes of transportation far beyond Washington State. As Mrs. Chumrau noted, how the grain does flow all the way out your way. Mr. Maunu, your testimony discusses the impact that price increases that could result, and I think he even said something 80 cents a bushel, is that right?
20 to 40 cents a bushel.
20 to 40 cents a bushel. And would that be across the country? Is that when you use that, or are you just talking about in the Northwest area?
That's just on the wheat that's moving on the Northwest on barge right now.
So even if it came from the state of Indiana, it would be impacted by that?
We feel that by eliminating one of the best modes of transportation, when you talk about market competitiveness, that's removed. That ripple effect goes all the way back to the Midwest, and
because it restricts availability of product.
Yes, sir.
And
modes of
supply. Ms. Chumrau, what does soybean and corn go all the way out there from Indiana as well?
I'm not sure from Indiana, but it is the second largest gateway for soybeans and corn to be exported through the PNWA.
Well, we grow a lot of both.
Yes, you do.
So, okay. So your study impacts the entire country if you start shutting down. And of course, as I mentioned, we have the Ohio Waterway. Well, I'm going to cut I thank you for your testimony today, and we need to keep talking to folks about the impact it's going to have on the cost of food. And of course, energy, that's something we've talked about here a lot. We have to think about that. And as my dear friend from Arizona said, this is one of the cleanest energies. So why would we get rid of hydropower? So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on my colleague from Indiana's point about the cost of food, net zero policies is predicted to increase fertilizer costs by up to 60% and food prices up to 26%. Even according to the folks who are for getting to net zero. They understand this. It's my understanding that, for instance, natural gas is about 80% of the cost of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. I just don't understand why this administration persist in pursuing these policies that are going to be enormously harmful to particularly low-income families. I grew up dirt poor in a tiny little town northwest Alabama, Hackleburg, and we grew a lot of our food. But so right there, we're going to be back to where I was growing up, plowing our gardens with a mule because we can't afford a tractor. It's also going to impact energy costs. And I just got a study. I'm one of these guys that is always doing a little bit of research around a think tank. I work for 2 international engineering companies. And I just saw a study that came out of the UK where British government wanted to set the example for Europe. They wanted to lead Europe in renewables. They started this in 2008. And what's happened is that their energy prices have gone through the roof. They had over 13,000 people die last year, classified as excess winter deaths. They couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. But the interesting thing is that they achieved the lowest peacetime growth rate in their economy since 1780. Okay, that's not a misquote. 1780, the year before Yorktown. Mr. Matheson, if you'd like to, I'd like for you to comment on how you're involved with the Rural Electric Cooperative. I do a lot of work with them.
Sure. Look,
is that a good plan?
Look, I think you hear a lot of people in the energy sector talk about the need for reliability and affordability, a reliable and affordable energy supply. We really mean it, by the way. And from an electric cooperative perspective, we're owned by the consumers we serve, and we serve 92% of all the persistent poverty counties in America. So affordability really means something. Might have served you where you grew up in Alabama.
Well, almost.
Almost.
Yeah, my grandpa and grandma were on
co-op lines.
Co-op lines.
So
the other thing about this is I mentioned over 13,000 died in the UK, and that was a relatively mild winter. Last year, there were 68,000 died in Europe. And that's more than died from COVID. Because they couldn't afford to adequately heat their homes. There's people with other issues like cardiovascular, respiratory. And there's consequences for these actions. And one of the things that really concerns me is you look at the continent of Africa. They project there'll be 3 billion people on that continent by 2070. They're not going to deny themselves access to reliable and affordable power. They're trying to get out of poverty. You know, we bash China a lot, but it is interesting when China started building out their power grid in the 1990s that they added almost 8 years to life expectancy and pulled 25% of their population out of poverty into the middle class. India is doing the same thing. And for the life of me, I don't understand why the Biden administration doesn't get this, how important it is to have reliable, affordable energy, whether it's to power a tractor or a combine, or to transport food to the marketplace, or to just heat and cool your home. Ms. Chumrau, you're involved in apparently in agribusiness. So we had a hearing and they talked about they were going to add 2% methane tax at the wellhead for natural gas, and it was only 2%. I don't think they understand that 2% gets compounded all along the line for farmers before it ever gets to a product on the grocery store shelf. Would you like to comment on that?
I would say all of our input costs have gone up significantly over the last few years, and that is chipping away at the bottom line of our farmers.
And it's get passed on to folks. You know, they called it the Inflation Reduction Act, but it really should have been called the Income Reduction Act, because from the time, the first 2 years of the Biden administration, household income has gone down 17% adjusted for inflation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll now go to Ohio's Mr. Balderson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for the former Congressman. Congressman, thank you, Mr. Matheson, for being here. I understand this administration's hopes to ultimately breach several dams in the Columbia River Basin and replacing the existing clean hydropower with other forms of renewable energy. Hydropower is available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and is a dependable form of dispatchable baseload electricity, which you've talked about. This reliable source of electricity should not be replaced by other forms of renewable energy which are intermittent. Could you expand on the problems with the administration's goal of simply replacing existing hydropower generation with wind and solar, particularly in the Pacific Northeast?
Well, you've highlighted the distinction, which is one is always available and one is not. It's intermittent. Look, the interesting thing about the existing hydroelectric assets in the Pacific Northwest, particularly these dams, because the lower Snake River dams have the technology to ramp up and down in real time, they enhance the value of the renewables that are on the system in the Pacific Northwest. They make the wind resources more valuable as a result. Why would we take away this very valuable baseload always available resource, which is there when we need it? And I mentioned in my opening comments about the winter, the cold snap 2 weeks ago where the wind stopped blowing and wind production went down to practically nothing, and the dams were there to provide the power that was needed when it was needed most. So it's not a one-to-one relationship between renewable and hydro. Renewable has a role in a portfolio, but the value of that baseload dispatchable energy, and in the Pacific Northwest, it's hydro. In your state of Ohio, it may be coal and gas or nuclear. There are different forms of dispatchable, always available power that matter in an overall portfolio to provide system reliability. And that's what these dams provide in the Pacific Northwest.
Baseload's the name of the game. And you were sitting here when I asked this question of the first panel, Mr. Baumann, with the Department of Energy about the participation of power providers, utilities, and co-ops in the settlement process. You spoke briefly about that during the second panel. He claimed, and I quote, "Many of the utility associations and individual utilities participated in the mediation." Mr. Matheson, I believe that you have some concerns that those responsible for keeping the lights on were not in the room when this deal was cut. Could you discuss the administration's failure in including organizations representing the electrical utility sector in the negotiating the plan that the administration filed with the court? And can you discuss what insight you and your members could have provided?
I appreciate the question. It's been one of the great points of confusion in this hearing. And the fact is, because everyone was invited at the front end, but they didn't participate through the whole process, doesn't mean, oh, everyone was involved. Sure, everyone was involved at the front end in some listening sessions. That's not the way this played out when it came to actually the negotiations for this settle agreement, which were among 6 entities, and that was it. And no one else was in the room. So for folks to say, oh, everyone was involved, yeah, everyone was involved when we were all just sharing some information or throwing out ideas. When it was time to cut the deal, they were not all involved. And that's something I hope is understood for the conclusion of this hearing, because we heard a lot of different comments on this during the course of both panels.
I think you've done a very good job expressing that, so thank you. My final question is for Ms. Chumrau. I hope I say that correctly. I apologize, ma'am. As the chairman said, the most challenging names on this panel that we've seen in quite some time. I understand that if the dams are breached, the loss of irrigation would bankrupt many family farms in the region. I also asked Chair Mallory in the first panel about the idea that the United States government will help fund studies to evaluate alternatives to this irrigation services provided by these 4 dams. Unfortunately, Chair Mallory couldn't identify any potential alternatives. It is concerning to you that they moved ahead before identifying irrigation alternatives.
Irrigation is critical to many of our farmers in the region. They produce very high-value specialty crops in the regions where they are serviced by these dams. It would be incredibly costly to try and retrofit any of the equipment that is there if it was possible to do so. It would be absolutely critical to make sure that we did all of the feasibility studies before we were able to look at alternatives to what we have right now, which is very efficient. And I would mention that the hydropower also provides low-cost energy to run those irrigation systems. So it would be costly on many levels.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Jim yields back. Seeing no other members seeking recognition, this will bring our hearing to a conclusion. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. Members may have additional written questions, which we will submit. I'll remind members they have 10 business days to submit the additional questions for the record, and I ask that witnesses do their best to submit their responses within 10 business days upon receipt of the questions. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, that will be the order, and without objection, the subcommittee will stand adjourned.
You did good. You did really good. Now let's go get you. Dan's over there working now.